Hello everybody, welcome to the wonderful world of StarCraft 2. How are we doing? It is WardiTV Mondays 93. An exciting one because it means we're 7 away from 100. And the countdown is on. Will we make it to 100 or will StarCraft die before then? Question on everybody's lips. Coming out of a new patch. This is going to be our first WardiTV event on the new patch, obviously. And yeah, going to be some good fun to see what actually happens. Was actually a little concerned about the playlist coming up to getting started, but it did strengthen a lot in the last 5 to 10 minutes of sign-ins or check-ins and just sign-ups. So we have got a pretty hearty list of players ready to go. MaxPax, I mean, let Alex go. Joey's actually a really fun first-round matchup as well. We got Q, we got Nightmare. Gun, correct. Ellie, baby, look at you can't just sniff my leg. I'm working. You've had my lunch with us. Ryung, Harston, who we're going to be watching first round. Clem, Christiana, Shin, Geralt, Percival, Rex, Mana, and Solar. Awesome. So yeah, that's what's going on. How is everybody doing today? Hello. So I signed up for the skirmish layer on what am I thinking of playing? Yeah, I don't know whether to play Aurelia because I have more practice on it, or to play Rengar because that's what I started playing for fun after Utrecht. I'm undecided. I might just flip a coin. I haven't played in like 2 weeks though, so it's gonna be rough. Just trouble checking a couple things, guys. How am I doing? I'm doing well. Hope I'm well rested. Yeah, I had a nap yesterday, then I slept fully last night, so feeling good. Happy all the players are here. Yeah, I think everyone's motivated because of the I mean, they have to play Home Story Cup on this patch anyway now, so if you have to play Home Story Cup on this patch, then it kind of doesn't make sense to do anything other than to just get along with it, you know? These guys are professionals. They will do their best, try and figure it out, and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, good to see some people showing up. Please follow Clem. I do plan on going into Clem for the next match, next round. So, yeah, hoping to get some Clem games in a little bit. Alright, I'll be collecting all the replays from today as well, guys. And if you guys are interested in replays, I'll do a special upload of a replay pack into the WardiTV Discord later today and onto the Patreon page, just like a first jump on replays, because there's not a lot of replays available in the new patch. So if you'd like, I'm going to collect as many replays as possible from today and do a special little upload. So if you're a subscriber or a Patreon pledger, then you can get yourself some replays on the new patch. I will put those up at the end of today. When is Home Story Cup? This Friday, Saturday, Sunday this week. Yeah, Home Story Cup this week. They really need to start talking about it a bit, man. Like, I feel like nobody knows. I'm not even sure I should get on my flight. I'm not convinced it's happening. Yeah. Alright, we should have a match soon here. Hearthstone's just taking a little while to get videoed up. They did start to announce some plays and stuff. They actually have put in a bit more of a list since I last looked. How many? 8, 7, 3, that's 10, 18, 19 players already confirmed. So we're missing 5 players from the full list. Cool. Cool. Alright guys, yeah, we will just take a few moments. Get ready to rumble. Get ready to kick this off and get into some action. Alright guys, couple of moments to get into some games. Like I say, Harston told us, okay, so I guess he's vetoing now. Should be good to go into that in a few moments. It's going to be awesome. excuse me, should be Hostum against Shino to start us off. Shino, a French Zerg. So a little bit of ZVP to begin the day. Haven't heard of Shino in a hot second, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know when he last played and stuff, or if he's been playing frequently and just in tournaments. Like I say, I've not had much of a chance to catch him, but looks like he plays in like a couple of weekly cups here and there. Took a map off Zaun in a Kung Fu Cup recently. Okay. Yeah, I always knew he was good and pretty decent, but yeah, I didn't know exactly how good he was. He is going to be playing the upcoming Home Story Cup, so that's very exciting. So obviously putting the work in to be as good as possible for that. And we get ready to rumble. Watch it on Twitch instead of YouTube, just so that Wardy gets some ad money. Ay, so kind. So kind. I mean, you can watch wherever you want to, though. But there are also ads on YouTube. They're just not as aggressive as on Twitch. You watch wherever you would prefer. It's always appreciated, but yeah, watch where is good for you. Alright, guys, welcome to the first WardiTV Mondays on the new patch. Obviously, all new maps in the new map pool as well. You got ad block set up on YouTube. Wow, well, that is dedication then. In the bottom left-hand side to start us off will be the red Zerg player, Shino. In the top right-hand corner of the map, our green Protoss player from the Shopify Rebellion is Hostum. Forgive me, guys. I'm going to probably forget I have to observe. I just casted something like... I just casted something like 30 hours of StarCraft 2 over the last 4 days while I've just been watching a clean feed. So the idea of me actually clicking in the game and pressing buttons is a little bit foreign to me. So, yeah, don't mind me when I forget to move the camera around. We'll get used to it as the day goes on a bit. Here in WardiTV Mondays 93. Like I say, we'll be gathering a bunch of replays, putting a bunch of games up, sharing those out. So, yeah, sit back, relax, and enjoy. Prep going about. Just going to move up over here as we take a few moments. Pylon, gateway, all settling. And you have the spawning pool coming in first here. So spawning pool first, then moving from there. Let me just throw the health bars on, guys. Yeah, again, obviously we are... Wait, I was going to say, why does clicking on a building structure not take you to the structure anymore? Hello? Oh, is it just because of the position of it? It was just too close? Okay, I think we're just too close. Okay. For some reason, there's some proximity issue with it on the map, but all good. But yeah, obviously, new patch means new exciting openings and new ways to play, especially now that we're on 8 workers. We're going to get to see a lot of fun choices as to what the players would like to do throughout this early game, see how they would like to try and approach this lesser worker start. What will they choose to do? Will they dare to throw down an expansion? Will they dare to potentially, throw into some tech? Right now we are going to see the triple hatchery from Shino. Meanwhile, Hostum is going to take the Nexus into the natural and get that on the go. Pylon coming up. And a first Adept is going to start Chrono boosting with a Stargate thrown down in the wall-off as well. So about 4.5 minutes in this game, we will see an Oracle getting across the map and try to put in a little bit of action. Until then, we'll see if the Adept wants to be aggressive or not. Very daring build order choice here from Hostum. An Adept, an Expansion, and a Stargate in this in 8-worker start. Very, very fine, funky stuff. And the Zerg just choosing 3 hatcheries as well, not afraid to just get Eco online and just to build up into economy throughout the early stages. As the Zergling speed will be on the way, the Queen production continuing as well. There is one Adept already at the front here, and it is going to start poking the shade into the natural. I mean, it's not the natural, it's the 3rd location, but the Lings pop out. Great production here from Shino. And he excellently builds these in time to make sure the Adept will not do a thing for the first attempt. Second attempt, though. Hostum spinning around the side, and now he's got double the Adepts. Twice the Adepts, twice the action, as they say. One-shotting workers on the board here. As the 2 Adepts shade in. Wondering if you can actually shade in with these Adepts nowadays. It's tough to say, 2 Adepts against 4 Lings is a fight we don't see very often in StarCraft 2. So this is a new one. Austin deciding not going to shade in there, but he picks the fight against 4 Adepts, 4 Lings, on the low ground. Gets 2 of them. Beautiful pickoffs. Nice shade back to the middle of the map to replace the Adepts with the Oracle. I was wrong on my timing. I said 4:30 for the Oracle. It's going to be 4:15 as it hits the 3rd. And comes in and goes for 2 more drones. That should easily be 2, should be 3, but I think the targeting there was a bit rough from Halston. Does get this one drone along the way. I believe he deactivated and reactivated the Oracle, though, so super low on energy. As the 2nd Oracle popping out here. Did they not host with the... Sorry, I didn't realize they didn't host with the Game Hot mod. Apologies, guys. We'll obviously get that fixed as the day goes on. We'll just see our Nexus and our Pylon. We're going to go down on the 3rd base. And a Twilight Council as well. Halston. Some crazy choices here. 2 Adepts and an Oracle to defend against this boosted Zerg production. Will it be good enough for him to take this nice, fast 3rd base? Very greedy from Halston, saying, you know what, let's try and get into this big eco game. He disregards the aggressive options opened by the patch and just said, I'm going to try and go for the good old 3 Nexus blink. Halston, one of the pro players hit hardest by the patch. Does not have as much time to play while cranking out the content, so figuring out new builds is something he may not be able to showcase so much here, hence relying on the good and the old. Okay, I'm going to stop memeing, guys. I was trying to make the first 5 minutes interesting, but yeah, it's exhausting trying to be ironic. Shino's is going to go into melee upgrade. This really is just the very standard PvZ setup that we've seen for months upon months at this point. Melee upgrade versus Blinkstalks is a good setup for the Zerg. The Oracles are hence very important because you're going to need them to push off the Lings. But this is super standard and super, very much so just what we expect to see in this matchup. Just everything happened a minute to 2 minutes later with the work change. And not really anything else. Obviously, Shino will hit a lot of drones early. That lava production buff does give you that kind of extra group of units, and that's going to be interesting, especially if you're going to go Lings. I wonder if like so much more lava and so much more Ling production is going to enable you the chance to kind of, you know, really send it here and just really kind of have like a lot of units to kind of come forward with and to put some action in with. Stalkers and the Oracles gather about. Things will pull back over. Blink and 2 more Stalkers warping in. And we'll see if Halston can step on the map. I guess that's my question. Can you step on the map safely here when you know your opponent can build so many more Lings than before, while also continue to drone? I think that's one of the things we saw a little bit from over the course of the Doyu Cup, is that we saw the Zergs were really able to kind of like have units while also having just more drones than usual because they're not restrained by the lava as much. So you can kind of add a few drones while the Lings come up, and those numbers just kind of getting that. I mean, it might also just be the different times and stuff, so it feels a bit different too, but I think the reality is, I think the reality here is that it's going to be, I mean, it should be tougher, but this is going to be Halston pulling back. First stage sword was popped beautifully, and he actually needs the second stage sword, otherwise he's in trouble. He does get it down. It doesn't pop off just yet. Let's see how Stalkers continue to gather around. More Stalkers gather up. Again, Valen Speed coming through, extra Lings and the Hydrogen coming over. Gonna hit the left-hand side, hit this hatchery. A couple of Lings already going down. Stasis Ward pops on a single Zergling. Queen is going to be there. The Lings are still trying to chase. Oracles are pulling back over into the center. Again, very similar to what we've been seeing in the past. Just Zerg, maybe even a bit of an easier time. He doesn't have to engage through as much. Just has enough Lings that the Stalkers sit back a little extra. As that melee upgrade comes through. Balance Speed coming up. Bruce spends the +1 missiles coming in as well. I will say I'm feeling a bit better about the... This was a topic conversation over the course of the weekend, especially in the Maestros event. The audio was a little bit off, I think. The music was like quite loud. And so the new music, along with it being quite loud, was very off-putting. But this new music here has not been so bad in the background. Do Archons make a funny sound when they morph in now? Is that Archon stuck, by the way? I think he is a chunky boy stuck in a corner. No, he's not. He was faking it. Oh, he's just like, got him. Yeah, you guys thought I was stuck. I just slide myself out of here. No problem at all. The psionic energy slides me right out of this little corner of a base. All right, we do have Ling Hydra Bane is going to be pressing through. Big storm onto the first group of Zerglings. A big stop from Halston as Shino looks for a huge amount of aggression here. Melee upgrade coming up. Hydras are still stepping through. A couple Lings trying to get up this ramp. Stalkers, Archon, and a couple of Zelds coming over. The Banes are going to start rolling forward. The Ling's going to wrap around. I thought they were going to come up this ramp and jump on these Stalkers. I actually think that would be the right call, because I actually think you've got a good amount of supply here, Ashino. I mean, don't get me wrong, denying the 4th base is a big win, but if you're really going to keep on looking to push forward with these Hydras, I think we should have gone the other way at the same time. These few Banes, I don't know what they were doing morphing over there, but they were. Ashino didn't even need the rest of his Zerglings with this fight to win it, apparently. He is finally going to bring them across. I mean, I still think the Lings would have been better here, because this was such a good fight. Those extra Lings from down here might have actually made this a game-winning fight. Now Horseman gets a chance to recover a little bit. The Archons are up, and that's some splash damage you can push out onto this throughout this as well. The Archon is just going to be fighting, and a few more Zerglings going down. I'm just going to be seeing a few more High Templar coming up. And the rest of this Ling Hydra getting ready to go once again. Stasis Ward is going to be put down by this Oracle. The Oracle gets shut down straight away. I mean, Lings can go cancel this base again, I think, very easily. Horseman is not in position to deal with this at all. So that should be a cancel. Base goes down, we get a couple of the probes. We lose a few Zerglings, we got a bit greedy on the probes perhaps. And Shino just going to keep the pressure up. 88 drones, which means you can just spam units. Man has lava to spare still, despite being pretty much constantly aggressive. Ling Bane still coming through. You're going to see a few of these Banes crashing in. You're not going to be seeing this army continue to push forward. I mean, the lava buff really does help styles like this, right? Where you just have a lot of economy. You're no longer limited by lava. You can just keep on... Or you're not as limited by lava, right? You can really kind of make use of all of your money so much more easily as the Zerg. I will say, it definitely makes the Zerg feel swarmy, you know? It definitely gives a bit of identity back to Zerg. You know, I actually think if they could do for Zerg... Okay, I'm sorry. This Archon morphing sound is freaking stupid. What is this? It's like a freaking warning alarm every time an Archon morphs in. It's so unnecessary. No? I'm crazy? Is this necessary? You guys need to know when your Archons are finished morphing? I'm not sold on the Archon morph sound, as you are going to see the couple of Lings. Diving through actually does get a wrap onto the High Templar. One of them saved into the Prism. Hydra count good. The Hydras have not been hit by Storm, so they're pretty healthy, but I do think we get turned away here, Shino. A little... Oh my god! Okay, I'm sorry, the Archon sound is a bit off-putting right now as the Hydras continue to fight through. Well, I was going to say, if they could do for Protoss what they've done for Zerg, because I actually do feel like this patch gives Zerg a bit of identity in terms of the swarminess of the Zerg again. I feel like we need to kind of go back towards like the Protoss being a bit more of this big techie race. I don't know how we achieve this, but one of the, I think, biggest complaints we've had about Protoss is just that they've lost their identity a bit over time in StarCraft 2. It'd be really great if we could kind of, re-encapsulate that a little. You like the Archon morph effects? I meant to sound epic. I mean, fair enough. I'm not gonna... I'm not saying they shouldn't be there necessarily, but like they're really loud, and I'm watching a fight over here, and I hear a wah, really loud out of nowhere, and the corner it's like an Archon over here finished morphing. That's funny. I just don't I just don't understand what it's there for. That's all. I don't know why we needed this, but it kills your ears every time. It's loud, no? It probably wouldn't be so bad if it wasn't so loud, but like it feels loud. I don't know. I mean, Immortals don't go when they walk out of a robot facility, right? Do they? Or do they? Maybe Immortals do something when they walk out of a robot facility. I don't know. Do you hear this if you're like the Zerg attacking the Protoss? Do you hear the Archons finish morphing as well? Zerg is going to run up to the front. Shino attacking up behind all of this pressure he's been applying as we have. I'm sorry, I can't. Kaz is just like womp womp womp. Shino's just going to run the Lings at the front here. The Archons do not stand around, so the Lings are hammering through. Obviously, a few Lurkers left in the back. Pull the rest of these forward right now. Your Lings are fighting on their own. These Lurkers, if they step forward during that, I think the rest of this army is in a lot of trouble. Lurkers just going to burrow up. We are going to be seeing these few Zealots and Archons running through. We need reinforcements here. I think Shino missed his chance. I think he should have stepped forward with the Lurkers when the Lings were still there. Now was maybe not the time to step forward with those Lurkers. We need a dubstep song with the Archon morphing sound. I'm waiting for the Protoss players who start, who start morphing their Archons in at a set distance from each other, so that we really get like a build up to the fight. You know, it's like womp, 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 Whoa, 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 whoa. And then they just drop storms everywhere and win the game. That'd be pretty sick. I mean, you might need a few too many Archons to actually make that happen, but it'd be cool. Early Hatch Ultra should growl. What other sounds would make... What other sounds can we get? I mean, I was going to say what other sounds make sense. I don't know if the Archon sound makes sense necessarily. Maybe every time a Terran unit spawns in, it can start crying and, you know, about the patch. That'd be pretty good. Pretty accurate as well. Every time Marine spawns, I'm gonna die to Zerg again. That'd be great. 10 Marines spawn every 20 seconds. I don't think that would get old at all. Alright, Ling's gonna pop out this stasis. That's been a good stasis, and it's a pretty free catch here as Shino loses everything, does not kill a thing. The Zelds across the map are not going to see too much, success just yet. A few Zelds getting caught. Ling Hydra still around the bottom side. The Lurkers coming over. The Baneling going to go rolling through as well. We're just going to see a couple of those Lurkers already burrow up. Just going to see a few shots come off. A little Revelation going down on those Lurkers also. And we are going to make our way over that right-hand side. A couple of Zelds are going to head down the bottom through these drones. Going to get jumped on. The Spine Crawlers taking some shots. And we are going to have Shino actually being pushed back onto the defensive here. As, the few Zealots forcing us back. You know, I think this is a game where... Let's have a look at resources. It's actually not crazy. I feel like Shino had a lot of good fights. I think he's also had a lot of fights where he's attacked into a lot of splash and so, and the reason he's been able to do this has been the ability to access more units than usual. And so we're kind of seeing this very ability to stay kind of active on this mid-game army for longer as Zerg. However, we're getting to a point where I think we're very close to Shino getting overrun by tech units. So I think, especially with the mothership out, the next minute or two is going to... The next minute or two is going to be... I can't take these Archons seriously, man. The next minute or two is going to be very tough for him. With the mothership out, I think the tech is here. And we'll see if Shino can keep up this level of fighting. Because I think Hearthstone is very naily at the point you just really want to be at. As a Protoss in these games. Hydra's going to hit this gateway. A little bit more damage being done. Archon stepping forward. Lurk is going to be here. We are going to see a couple of the Archons already going down. And get a little bit more damage being found right off the bat. Couple Lurkers going to get picked away at the edge of creep. The Hydras get stormed. I mean, this is obviously Hearthstone's first time really pushing forward. Interesting that Hearthstone feels the need to push forward. I actually think just because you have the mothership, he's obviously feeling like he can. I don't actually necessarily think that he necessarily then should. The problem is the moment he's out of Stormseer, this army's going to melt, and the rest of this is not going to be looking good for him. Maybe he just felt like he just took too much damage. He had to be all in. GG, Shino is going to take it. Pretty exciting game. A lot of trades, a lot of fighting. GG's. Wardy, will tournaments be twice as long now? I don't think tournaments will be twice as long, but I do expect the average game length to go up. It's very possible we start cutting down the length of series by some best of 5s we would run in the past, or maybe best of 3s. Maybe we make some best of 1s in early rounds. I think realistically there's probably going to be some, not straight away, week 1 response to it, but I think long term, yes, I think there's probably going to be a reduction in length of series. A lot of weekly cups in the past, back on the 6-worker start, used to do best of 1 until round of 8, and then round of 8 onward was best of 3. It's very possible something like this makes a return. If people are trying to make specific kind of length of games happen, then it's very possible that this will be the case. All right, well, we're going to go into game 2 of Shino and Hearthstone, as Shino takes a 1-0 lead in this series. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be twice as long. I mean, I did a guesstimate just based on the worker start and how long it takes a game to get going, and I reckon it takes about 15 to 30 minutes extra per tournament, on an average tournament, just off of the worker start. However, I didn't really account for all games being longer. I think playstyles will be campier. I do think this, as crazy as it is, I actually, for all the reasons that people wanted this patch, I actually do think there are less aggressive options in the game now. And so I do think there's going to be less shorter games and less aggressive games. I think we are going to be forced more so kind of very single-pathedly into macro-focused games. So, yeah, I do think I do think there's much more of a chance of just longer games kind of across the board. So yeah, we'll kind of see what that means. See what that does. Yes, new patch, guys. New patch is live, and we'll be live soon. Is Shino Clem? No, Shino is a French Zerg player. TVT will be a nightmare to watch. Yeah. I mean, obviously we casted Doyu Cup on the new patch over the weekend, and this is a bit of a biased opinion because I was obviously waking up early and I was tired, so energy was a bit low. But I did feel like there was a lot of times where I felt as I was like, all right, things are about to start happening, and it's like, we're 2.5 minutes in the game, it's like, actually, things are not about to start happening at all, you know? So there is definitely honestly, like, I think 12 worker start as, I said it yesterday, I was like, I think 12 worker start has, satisfied the ADHD TikTok brain. 8 worker start does not, so, yeah, it's gonna take a lot of getting used to. I mean, we've had 10 years of very naturally kind of, you know, we've had 10 years of being used to the feeling of when things are gonna start happening. And now that is delayed 1-2 minutes in every matchup, it's going to take a while to start, you know, realizing that a little bit as well. TVT has an interesting start early on. Yeah, I mean, all the TVTs we saw across this weekend were very slow to start, apart from one time when Innovation and TRI ran their units around each other. They pretty much all took until like 7 or 8 minutes for anything really to happen. I mean, you still have the Reaper Hellion pressure, but I don't think this is anything that we had that wasn't already there on the 12 worker start, right? So 8 is better for semi all-ins. Is that true? I think 8 workers is much worse for semi all-ins because it's much harder to have economy behind it. Like 12 worker start gives you an eco behind the semi all-ins where you can actually pull out of it if you don't do a lot, whereas if you don't do a lot with a semi all-in on an 8 worker start, you're kind of just dead. Is what I've seen a lot of, at least, and kind of the logic that I've talked to about with people as well. So I think 8 worker start is better for gambling. I think 8 worker start is better for flipping coins, but that is pretty much all I've seen so far from 8 worker start in terms of all-ins. Pros could send out a probe and build a proxy pylon with 12. The enemy already has that gateway on the way. Yes, but then you also are committing so much economy commitment to it early that you need to do way more with it, which is also not a guarantee. And so you end up in a very tough position if you just don't. If it gets defended well, you're more dead than if you know. So you're putting into. It's actually more all in than it was before, essentially, I guess. I mean, there's a lot of intricacies to it, but, like, I think the problem is like, yes, in some regards, like, there's going to be more chance of you being able to do something, but if it gets scouted, this is why I say it's better for flipping the coin. Because if it gets scouted or figured out, or the opponent just has a really good defense, you're in so much trouble because your economy is so limited, and you cut your economy on a low economy as well. And so I think, especially on the pro scene, and obviously a lot of what I talk about is going to be at, like, more the pro level guys, I think especially in the pro scene, I do think there's going to be a significant reduction in aggressive openers and aggressive build orders. Because I just don't think that people are going to see the risk versus reward as being there anymore. Because it's just going to shove things way more to the risk side. And the reward side is really on the low end as well. So I do think there's going to be... Now, that's not... In fairness as well, there's other things. For example, you know, in the Doyu Cup, we saw Scarlet getting to scout a command center first of time. And so she was able to reactionarily go for a roach all in, right? So stuff like that is, you know, is cool that exists. But I think that also just basically means that as the Terran player, CC first is off the menu. Like, I don't think that then means that there's an exploration of builds. It just means that you're very limited as the Terran because now CC first is non-existent because it can be reacted to and it kills, you know? But we'll see over time. Maybe Terrans do figure out how to CC first and hold the roach attack as well. That's what we'll figure out over time. Last time this was a thing, that was not the case, but like I say, that's what we're playing the PTR for. The PTR now being the live server, but you know, we're testing things. We are testing things. See where it all ends up. Well, the good news, guys, is we really can go off topic again. We really can go off topic again because we're 6 minutes deep and we have not missed a thing. So we're not even... You know, if I went talking about stuff before, we would have actually been talking over action. But now, we can just talk through nothingness and we can start the action later on. So, Stalker started push. The Lings run through. It's going to be a repeat of the first game. Harstom is setting up into this Blink Stalker setup. How aggressive is he being? Sorry. 4 Warp Gates. I'm just wondering about the lack of a Forge, but he doesn't have the extra gates to mean that this is like a big all-in or something. Okay, throws the Forge down now. The Lings are going to start wrapping around. I think Shino was afraid of a Stasis Ward there, but there wasn't actually a Stasis Ward in place. Extractor goes down. A couple of Queens are going to get jumped on. And then the rest of the Lings are going to go running over. Stays trying to come down again. It's going to be seeing the Stalkers coming back through to the front. Overlord's going to get jumped on also. Melee upgrade, Roach speed building through. A bunch of extra Roach Ravager coming into place. A couple of these Queens starting to go down. The Lings are running through for a wraparound as well. Looking to try and engage onto this. The Roach is coming in from the top. A few Lings get caught in the stasis. Roaches, Ravager, the Queens continue to be there. And we're just going to be seeing Harstom keeping this pressure going again. Charging +1 behind it right now. Chino with the Roaches to help stabilize here a bit against these Stalkers. And we'll have some more Lings arriving with melee upgrades soon to try and protect those Roaches by being up in the front of them. Chino's supply not looking great though as Harstom is continuing to push through for some good damage. They weren't getting enough of the data they needed off PTR. Yeah, but I think that's because everyone expected them to make a bigger change to the PTR. And it took them 3 weeks to make a change, which then, like, 48 hours later, they pushed it live, you know? So, yeah. I mean, people gave all their feedback and then went back to playing the live version of the game, waiting for the PTR to be updated. And the PTR just never got updated, you know? That's looking good for Harstom. Lots of damage done early. It's only going to get better for him as he introduces Charge +1, and especially Storm as well, going to be also a great addition. Those Ravagers coming back. The Stalker's going to blink down, get after those Lings. It's going to be seeing a few extra Lings getting picked away at over on the left side. The Stalker's come pushing through, going after the Ravagers again for a few more moments. Robo Facility Zealots and the High Templar coming online again. Charge, Storm, the +1 coming into place to get a cannon on the bottom left. Lings getting turned around. And Roach Ravager comes shoving through. Roach Ravager getting on top of a lot of these Stalkers. Corrosive Vials trying to get in toward the Oracles as well. Turn back toward the upper right hand side. The Queen's firing away. Oracle's still taking damage. +1 missiles is halfway done. Hydrogen will begin to produce again. Hatcher on the way by. +2 attack upgrade. Immortal and the Zealots all producing. We have again the Hydrogen building. Cannon on the way. Just going to see the rest of these units from Harstom making their way. Still to push at the front a little bit. Corrosive Vials again. Trying to see what else we can find. Answer is still not a lot. Comes over to the left and we cancel up a pylon here. Just going to see the rest of the Zealot Stalker Force still pushing to the top side. Lings are going to get wrapped around on this Nexus. He's going to be taking that down. The Zealots are going to get caught as well. And you have these Zealots getting caught, and now we have a jump onto this hatchery, so this fourth base in some trouble. Chino's just not really been able to do anything to, I think, truly extend his position in this game. Again, Harstom has just been able to take a good lead early with those Stalkers poking. And he's pretty much put himself in a winning spot from there and has just continued on from that place. Doesn't actually kill this hatchery. Just takes a few steps back. Again, just lets his army build up a bit further. It still feels very good for Harstem in the grand scheme of things right now. Polzart's going to charge onto this right side base as well. Again, Harstem swinging one way, swinging the other. Another round of corrosive vials coming down again. The roaches will spread. The lings are going to come back through. He's going to blink up. A few of those roaches going down. So we see a bunch of these roaches dying. We also see some attempt to right-click some High Templar, which is at least nice. But again, Shino is playing from a downed position. The top side base gone. Right side base falling. And Harstem does not need to push in right now. He could just kill the base and fall back. He's also got a good enough army that he could probably just push in. Like, there's not really a wrong choice here from Harstem. I think the smarter choice is to pull back because the Zerg should in theory be all in into you at the moment. So letting him attack into you and just playing defensively makes the most sense. But if you actually just feel like the Zerg has no chance of dealing with your army at all, then pushing in just gets the GG out of him and stops any mistakes being made as the game potentially goes, you know, a bit further as well. So. Ling's going to chase in. A couple of those Lings going down. Stalkers blink up. Ravagers going down as well. On the left-hand side, we are going to see GG called and Harstem takes game 2 of this best of 3. Let's go. New people to support. Never seen these two in any WardiTV tournament. These guys play... Well, Harstem plays a lot of WardiTV tournaments. Shino doesn't play as much, but when he does play, he plays a couple. He's just usually a first-round kind of player, so we don't always get to see him. These are not new faces in the StarCraft you see, especially Harstem. But Shino's not a new face either. He's been around a long time. Alright, game 3 coming up, guys, as we will get ourselves into this next map soon. Ads will run. Again, full transparency. There's zero reason for me to run less ads anymore. I tried my best in the past to always run like 1 minute or 2 minutes and so on and so forth when it made sense to. Like, you know, between maps. We are going to run 3 minutes between every map nowadays. No reason not to. With the extended start of the game, you're not going to miss anything. So there are going to be more ads on the channel. To be fair, this is also necessary because the average game length is longer. So because we have more time to wait between series, I'm also going to have to do that to make sure that on average we're still hitting the timer that we need to for Twitch. But generally speaking, between every map you will see 3 minutes of ads now. So that is just a transparency update for you all. It's on Twitch, on YouTube. You just click the ad button, it runs some every now and again. It's not going to be as aggressive as Twitch is. A couple of results should already be coming in. A lot of the round of 16 setting up. Percival versus Rex, Mana versus Solar. Clemmer versus Christiana. Geralt is still playing. The winner of that plays Shin. Ryung is waiting for the winner of this series. In fact, the entire round of 16 is set up apart from this match and one other still going on in the round of 32. So we got ourselves a round 1 banger, but it's going to come at the cost of us probably missing out on a round of 16 series, guys. So, a little heads up there. As we get tied 1-1 in this best of 3 series, Harstem and Shino. Third map. Get underway on Sanctuary. Overlord Shino slowly coming across the map. Just take a couple of minutes for Sanctuary to get underway. not a lot really going on, guys. Just a bit of a waiting game here. A few more lings coming up. Okay, we're currently boosting. Actually, okay, we're gonna make quite a lot of lings, so maybe a few more lings than expected. So maybe there's something there. Maybe there's some aggression about to happen. Let's see, this one adept heading down the map at the same time as well. Let's see the lings coming through. The Stargate's still just building. This music track is one of the ones. So apparently this is like OG Brood War. It's just so loud. I don't know. This was the one I actually really do feel is out of place while we're casting, but apparently this is the apparently I hated on this one during the Cyril Maru series, and I'm getting flamed for it on YouTube. Whoops, my bad. These lings are a pretty good time to start us off. And they ran through, and we're going to see some more links showing up. So the continued link flood here at the moment here from Shino. As Halston puts some pressure out with this Oracle. Just to try and deal with this. I mean, this is a wall off now, so I feel as though this is already filled for Shino. I don't think that this is going to be going too much further as... he's going to get a hatchery up at home, but he's down by 14 workers. He's still building lings. I don't know what he's going to be able to do, though. This does not feel like a situation that's going to be... It does not feel like a situation that's going to be able to do much from here. Just going to slowly work their way out from this full wall-off position that we've been in. And he's just going to run through again. Like I say, Shino just kept building units. So Harston might have thought he wanted this wall-off to be cleaned up, but that's actually not the case. He's actually going to lose the wall here. So this next round of lings is going to get in, is going to play for the wraparound. Obviously, Battery doing some work. The Oracle is doing what it can. Shino must essentially... be close to winning the game off the back of this because he's super committed, and I just don't think he's doing enough. The probes have pulled. Extra oracles will continue to do the work. Right now, we don't have a lot of damage against these Zerglings, so at the moment, we actually take a few seconds of having a little bit less than ideal situation where the Lings continue to do some work, but we're still down 15 workers, and we're still just building more Lings, which I think is kind of just a sign of where we're at realistically, which is that we're just not in a good enough position here overall to really see this be okay long term. For Shino. He needs so much more, and it is just not happening, guys. It is just not happening at all. I mean, the Lings are going to evoke at the front again. We even have a Queen or so showing up as well. Hoskin's still down on 14 army supply. I mean, maybe if we can show up with enough waves of this, there is actually going to be something of a chance. Maybe there is. I mean, if Hoskin just doesn't get enough units out, another Oracle on the way. Lings are going to slip through. Obviously, we did lose some mining time as well. This continued all-in is actually having some effect. Count is very good. I mean, the Oracles in theory over time as they get more energy and there's more of them to gain energy at once should just have this on lockdown, I feel like, but that's obviously not really been the case just yet, and the Oracles are all absolutely drained. Also, I'm going to say GG. This extended all-in actually does work out, and I will say I'm a little bit shocked. I did not think that was about to go the way that it did. So GG's, and Shino knocks Harston down to advance into the next round. Alrighty, guys. So, baby, Ellie, there's nothing going on in here. You keep looking at me like I've got food. You literally ate my lunch. You already ate my lunch, so I don't know what you think I'm gonna suddenly have. You know? Yeah. She's looking at me like, okay, but where's your lunch? And I'm like, you ate it. And she's like, did I though? Solo 2-0 mana into the round of 8. MaxPax 2-0 let Alex into the round of 8 as well. So far, guys. Babes, you lush. But I've got nothing for you, and it's so warm in here. Because I have to have the window closed because you're afraid of flies. Remember? So we can't have the window open in case the flies come and attack you because you don't like that. Yeah, you remember that now? Don't think Ellie's convinced by this at all. You're not convinced by this at all, are you? She's just like, I am not a fan of this. Boom, boom, boom. Just figuring out what we're going to jump into next, guys. Figure out what our next match is going to be. Yeah, I think if you had a battery in the main, I think it's fine. I think Awesome didn't expect the second wave of all in. Like, this was not like a super intense kind of crazy game or something. I think just Awesome misread the continued all in because he also could oracles. And if he just consistently builds oracles, he would have had way more oracle energy available too. So yeah. How did Solo get put into the final 8? I mean, he beat Mana. He's already gone 2-0 and 2-0 in his previous matches, so Solo's already in the top 8. He beat Honmono and he beat Mana. We just had a very long first round. We could cast Ryung against Shino, some ZVT. I'd kind of like to go elsewhere because we could go Shin Geralt. We could actually, maybe we go Shin Geralt. And if we go Shin Geralt, the winner of that plays Clem or Christiana. So I think we could do that. That might be an interesting round of 16 that leads us into the round of 8 as well. Other round of 8s we're looking at MaxPax against Cure or Nightmare, Bjorn. Maybe a favorite over Nikaract, who might play Ryung. So I feel like this might actually be the best round of 8 anyway. Solo likely going to end up playing Percival. All of that seems very reasonable. Set of choices right now. Yeah, sometimes challenge at the very bottom of your screen, you need to like wiggle it up and down, and it loads the bottom couple of matches. Yeah. The point in GG has 4 oracles, 2 adepts, a wall tucked in a battery. But the battery's out of energy and the oracle's out of energy. Like, he has no energy is the problem, no? I think that's his biggest issue. Yeah, let's go Geralt versus Shin, guys. That just makes sense. There are other people casting, so we might there might be some other games we can kind of keep an eye on. Like I say, I'll be collecting as many replays as possible from round of 16 onwards, so if you guys would like to get a replay pack will be available. Nightmare Cure is currently 1-0 at Cure. The replay pack will be available on the Discord and the Patreon, so if you guys want to check that out, you're very welcome to. Ducklands are just starting up. Okay. Beyond 2-0, Nikaract moves into the round of 8 as well. But yeah, we'll go Geralt Shin, and then we just stick with this section of the bracket. It's easy. Cool. And thanks for joining us today, guys. If you're on the YouTube, take a moment to hit the like and subscribe buttons. It helps a bunch. The YouTube is having a bit of a pop-off at the minute because I was the first to upload the Saril versus Mara matchup from the weekend. So the YouTube is currently on a... I mean, my current YouTube video is performing 7 times better than my next best YouTube video over the past 90 days. So YouTube's having a pop off. Help it keep that way with some likes and some subs over there. We are now much faster approaching the 50,000 YouTube subscriber mark, so that is moving along as well. So yeah, fun first match of the day. We'll get into this next one soon and get this ready to go. Love it. 700 subs away from the 50k. Yeah, no, it's we're getting there for sure. Like I say, this current boost is helping us a bunch. We've had more subs in the last 48 hours than we usually get in 30 days. So the YouTube's having a good time. Yeah, on Sunday we had 129 subscribers. We had 108 subscribers for the 38 days before that. So Sunday alone we had more subs than any other day. Pretty crazy. So yes, sub up on the YouTube, help us out a bunch. See, that's what I mean when I was like, there's still potential to grow on YouTube, right? Like, you can have a day where you get like the same subscriber amount as you had in the last 30 days or something. It's crazy. No Shino Ryung? Yeah, I don't, I'd rather do Geralt versus, Shin. Different match, well, same matchup, but, like, I think it's just nice to see different players, first of all. And Shino Ryung, the winner, could be, if Ryung wins, goes into a TVT, whereas Shin Geralt, the winner, goes into versus Clem or Christiana, so I think there's a very good chance of that being at least a non-mirror matchup, if nothing else. So, yeah. Watch the style game on the big TV, what a match. Hell yeah. Yeah, we've got, obviously tonight will be well, tonight will be the next match from that tournament as well, which is also a good one. I mean, you have Cell, Maru, Hero, and Classic in an offline tournament playing best of sevens, so the next couple of days are going to be from that. Then we're actually going to have Doyu Cup uploads. Then I'm going to backtrack back into, like, the WardiTV Spring Championship and stuff, although I'm probably going to... The problem is that the next 2 weeks after... So today I've got Mondays... Wednesday I've got Kung Fu Cup, and then next week on Tuesday I have Mondays. That's it for like the next 2 weeks of streaming, because this weekend's Home Story Cup and weekend after is Helen's birthday. So I'm gonna have to backtrack a little bit in terms of like I think probably just our Spring Championship stuff, and then we'll probably be able to just come forward into new patch content on the YouTube. So that's more or less what's gonna be happening overall. Kira 2.0 Nightmare is gonna move on to play MaxPax in the round of 8. So we could go MaxPax Cure. Let's do that actually. Let's do that because there's no English stream. Geralt Shin's going to be on the Cranky Ducklings, so we'll just go MaxPax Cure. Let's just do that because it's actually ready to go. This actually just makes more sense. Beautiful. Beautiful. Just subbed? Hell yeah. Yeah, the YouTube, we're at 49,341, so 659 to go. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Yeah, we'll go MaxPax Q round of 8, guys. Just makes more sense, I think. And we can go from there. Perfect. We'll do that in a few moments' time. Can't do math? It's okay. You're in Twitch chat. Doing math is hard. Doing math is hard. But also only 7 subs away from 800 on Twitch again. Taking advantage of some of those gifted subs lately. If you want to help us get to 800, then help us out. Kira just hopped over, so a couple minutes, we'll get this ready to go. Hell yeah. Anyone coming to Home Story Cup this weekend? Anyone going to be making the trip out in chat? Let me know. Let me know. Me? Hell yeah. Very exciting. I have a super early flight on Thursday. It's gonna be brutal. Just to watch me play darts? I forgot about the darts, actually. It's crazy. Last Home Story Cup, I was in the middle of a RuneScape race grind thing. So this Home Story Cup, I'm gonna be have so much more time for darts. It's crazy. Crazy business. Well, I think the wildest part was that actually, like, the ability to improve over the weekend was very visible. It was wild. Alright guys, MaxPax Q are coming up in the round of 8 of today's WardiTV Mondays edition 93. Alright guys, like I said, just waiting for MaxPax and Q. Trying to get this on the way. Just waiting for them to veto. It's just taking a little while. Clem wins over Christiana 2-1. So Clem advances into the round of 8 where he'll play Shin or Geralt when they get wrapped up with their series. That Shin Geralt series has just started. We were going to jump into that, but like I said, I think it would make more sense for us to jump into the Q MaxPax match. And we might catch the tail end of a round of 8 of one of the other round of 8s, and we can go from there. Lobby comes up, and we are going to be joining. Okay, just 1 second. Just gonna get this going. Just make sure we're all good to head into MaxPax versus Q for our next matchup here. On the bottom left-hand side, our red Terran player is going to be from Team Liquid, Cure. In the top right, our blue Protoss is going to be MaxPax. Alrighty guys, game number 1 of the best of 3 here between MaxPax and Q, and let's see what this looks like. TVP, the general thought process from what I understand is that TVP is not super crazy different from before. Some of the Terran early game stuff is pretty good because of the Protoss trying to figure out the builds and so on, but generally speaking it plays in a very similar way to how it used to play once you get past the very, very early stages. So we shall see. We shall see. No way, Wardy's grinding OSRs as well. I actually, for the first time in like, I want to say, like 3-4 years, I actually have not logged in for a little while. But I'm a little burnt out. 200 mil sailing grind into leagues has just left me with nothing to. I don't really have a goal right now in RuneScape is my problem. So the same but 3 minutes behind. Well, yeah, I mean, it's not exactly the same, but like I think if you get to the 10 to 12 minute mark, the matchup looks exactly the same, is what I'm hearing. But I mean, I honestly kind of I mean, like I say, I even think the early game is pretty similar. It's just a question of like how Protoss approaches the warp gate situation, and that's the biggest question. That's still very much so unfigured out at the moment. So yeah, let's see as our reactor comes up and get this on the way through. And next coming along again, Adept, warp gate, all coming across. CC on the way, and the Marines building as well. Marines just pushing back, Adept trying to shade through, a couple of wheels dropping down. It's just so difficult to go back to these slower openings. It's it is just so uninteresting. Like nothing happens. Like, it's not like some new thing happens we can talk about. Just nothing happens. It's very weird because I'm like mentally ready for the game to start happening to talk about things. I'm just like, nothing happens, you know? Going from fast to slow is such a feels bad. Right. Well, at 4 minutes we're going to start seeing some stuff. I mean, the blink is going to start, so I don't know what, have 5:30ish, some Stalker aggression or so. If MaxPax wants to be aggressive, we'll see how aggressive he wants to be. Obviously, if he does want to be like across the map warping aggressive, he will have to be warping those gateways into warp gates, which does cost money now. So that is an extra price. And as you have our Adept shading forward, the Stalker still poking onto the Marines, but can't realistically chase up to this high ground as Cure has a medevac on the way. 2 more Marines coming up. And apparently MaxPax has gone straight into the warp gate, so he just absorbs that cost. I mean, that is significant because it's. I know some people don't think 25 gas is a bunch, but, you know, 25 gas, 2 gateways, that's 50 gas. You know, we're talking about a couple of Stalkers or so here, like a couple of your techier gateway forces that are meant to be able to stack up in numbers to deal with these this early bio presence. That's just now not really going to be available. The Marines just continue over. The Adept going to try and shade up this ramp again. Blink continuing through. And again, a few probes coming around. The Marines are going to be getting shut up by the Stalker for a little bit. The mine's going to load back up. Just going to be seeing the medevac taking a few more shots. Probes going down. We just resettle things a little bit. Again, Blinker's about to be done. Stalker's coming across. Again, Banshee tank and the Marines all building. The Iraqs and the depot coming through. Let's have our Marines and the tank settling at the moment on this natural. Another bunker coming into play. We won the France Grand Final, but I recommend going on Wikipedia because people in the chat might not want to spoil, because it's obviously been a big event and not everyone got a chance to watch it over the weekend, so... The Stalkers are going to drop down. A bunch of these Marines are going to get kited backward. It's going to be seeing a bunch of them taking a lot of damage. Some shots coming through. That bunker's going to be held off, so MaxPax is able to put some pressure on again, microing nicely with his Prism, as he so often does. We set ourselves up a bit of a push around on that right-hand side. The Nexus coming through on the third base of MaxPax. The Robo Bay coming up as well. Charge continue to produce. We just have ourselves Engineering Bay, Barracks, Tank, Marines, Stim all building. 2 more Stalkers warp into the main. Obviously, we have Blink to get out of here. Kills the reactor immediately. Stim pack on the Barracks is a very easy target here. The tanks are just too far back. Now, that Stim was not super far along, but we don't have a spare tech lab, so we're going to have to rebuild one on the other Barracks. And that one is even more exposed. At least the first Barracks that was building the Stim was a bit deeper in the base, and the only way you really lose that Stim is with the warp into the main. MaxPax just, as always, finding an opening. Instantly has the Stalker warp in against this Banshee. And MaxPax now just moves in toward the Robo Bay. Q getting in towards Stimpack and Combat Shield. And seems to finish up the Engineering Bay as the Widowmine job continues through. And I think at this point it's very fair to say that this starts to just look like a very normal TVP. MaxPax is committed to warp gates. Kira is waiting on his bio upgrades. The Stalker pressure has been a thing and still is a thing holding the map control. And so Terran's going to end up taking a very late third command center in comparison to the Protoss, which is pretty typical as well. But this just starts to look like good old pre-patch PVT, which was probably the biggest problem in the pre-patch, that apparently is not changed. Strategy is nice here for 5 workers. A lot of lost mining time just because the units were out of position to deal with it. Obviously, it was a cloakless Banshee, so it couldn't cloak up or anything and force the Observer or so. I'm just going to be seeing this Bioforce still gathering from Cure. He will have a good amount of units to potentially go across the map with, but he would be attacking into a Colossus. No thermal lance, but even just a Colossus behind a good group of gateway units is pretty substantial. I mean, Cure soon wants to move out because if nothing else, he needs to clear the way toward his third base and to open up that option of putting that into position here. So Cure needs to start stepping toward this. Combat Shield finishing, the Stim Pack coming through. +1 is about just over halfway done as well. So trailing the other upgrades, but it will be there if we actually take a fight on the other side of the map. Obviously, would not be here for a scrap right outside the front initially. As these tanks got to be super careful. You know, the Stalkers are going to try and target those. And yeah, Kieran knows that he picks up and he pulls back. Prism on the left side going to get turned back the other way. It doesn't look like old PVT. Here has much more supply than MaxPax, 3 versus 3 bases. I mean, Terran's always had much more supply than Protoss, and Kira is only just now getting his third up into position while MaxPax is halfway to his fourth. This looks exactly like old PVT. I hate to start a fight, but this looks extremely similar. I mean, MaxPax has been mining off this third base for 2 or 3 minutes already, while Kira is still morphing his into Orbital and just saturating it now, so it's not 3 versus 3 bases in the slightest. I mean, maybe the fourth of MaxPax is a bit slower than usual. Maybe we would have seen that come up a little bit earlier in the past. So I can see MaxPax getting pushed back. Kira, he's going to get a shove going. MaxPax brings the Zealots across. Second Colossus is about to spawn in here. Sorry, third Colossus is about to spawn in here. Plus, he has the thermal lamps already. Zealots up in the front. Does eat a few tank shots, though. Widowmine's connecting as well, as we do have that third Colossus going to be a big part of the damage output. Zealots on the counterattack already hitting Secure. Taking some damage on his third base. Oh, we have... Does the hallucinated Archon make a sound as well? That's ridiculous. First Colossus goes down. We do see a few Zealots flanking through onto these siege tanks. The tanks begin to fall. We do only get one of them, though. Coming back here, there is a lack of bioforces soon. Last few Zealots are doing what they need to, and these Stalkers pressing forward. We blink on top of the tanks. They get cleaned up in MaxPax. pushes this entire push of Cure away, chasing a couple medevacs, saves the 4th base as well, plus he did worker damage behind this, so MaxPax does have to deal with some reinforcements here, and he did lose a lot. A new Colossus on the way is going to be very important. Archons sound like Thor's hammer coming back. I can't believe a hallucinated Archon makes the sound as well. Maybe that's the new strategy. You make a hallucinated Archon to distract the Terran. The Vikings have put in work. MaxPax did lose a few too many tech units here, as he still gets a bit of pushback going though. The Zealots are still charging up into the front, and these Stalkers are still moving through. The Colossus is going to be protected as the Vikings get shot down by the Stalkers, and MaxPax continues to play cleanup. One of the main things here was, of course, some Zealots across the map. A few of those, it wasn't too many, just a handful of Zealots on the other side, allowed MaxPax to just do a bit of damage, and that bit of damage just slowed Cure from fully reaching his 3-base saturation. Otherwise, the reinforcement waves of Cure might be a whole lot more terrifying. MaxPax now, though, about to get to another Colossus, the +2 attack and the +1 armor coming up as well. 4 additional Stalkers still being walked in. Again, Cure now realizing the future needs of this game, essentially. As he goes into the armory, he goes into the 2nd starport. So he is going to start protecting himself in the future. MaxPax moves onto the map and just is confident to start taking map control. Why not just kill the Nexus before dying there? I think if you target the Nexus, he's afraid that he doesn't kill enough Protoss units and that he just dies to the counterattack, right? Because if you don't kill enough Protoss and you just don't have enough stuff yourself... Yeah, so I think he was trying to make it so it's like maybe MaxPax can't continue to come across the map afterward. That usually is the decision that you make then as the Terran in that scenario if you're not going to target down the base. Because targeting the base oftentimes does lead into that situation. We're just missing the Zealot Warp, and if these Zealots run in front, these bio units are super low, and the Colossus are obviously going to be able to fight from afar. And it's going to knock down a few more of these bio forces. Other Zealots are going to start splitting between the bases. And that's going to be GG. MaxPax is going to take the opening game off of Cure. Game 2 in a few moments' time, guys. We'll get into that momentarily. Again, will be ads between every map nowadays, guys. The longer games means that we pretty much have to run ads between every one, so just a heads up and a reminder on that as I throw them in. And we'll get ready for game 2 here in a couple of moments. MaxPax Q, a 2nd map, coming up in a handful of moments. If MaxPax wins this tournament, can you quiet the Reddit whiners? I mean, one tournament doesn't really say much of anything. Be better to look at the games and actually look at how it plays out now. I'm pretty sure if MaxPax wins this tournament, everyone will be like, see? The patch achieved nothing! And then they'll be upset as well, so... Kind of depends who MaxPax has to fight to win as well. Like, if he gets there from the back of PvT, then it doesn't really kind of make the point for anybody in the... It's complaining anyway, so... I can say PvT seems as though it's pretty similar to before. It is the consensus I'm starting to hear people come out to. That's what the pros are telling me. Top right hand side with the loss in that first game. Cure trying to bounce back in our series here in the quarterfinals of today's WardiTV Mondays. Against the blue Protoss in the bottom left, MaxPax. I wonder how much of kind of like hiding is going to go on this week, just because obviously there is Home Story Cup coming up, so anyone attending Home Story Cup has fairly decent reason to like hold back a little bit and to hide some of this stuff, especially if they come up with something cool or like a cool build or so. Home Story really, you know, would be the place where we might see that come into play. So he comes over. Pro gonna get nibbled at. Reaper in the orbital coming through. Next is Cybercore building. We'll see just a bit of expansion coming up. Not gonna be anything too crazy just yet as we get that settled into place. Yeah, the bottom side quarterfinal is set up. Percival 2-1 over Rex. So Rex gets a map of Percival. Percival will play Solar in the round of 8, so that will be our first round of 8 happening outside of this MaxPax QA series. If we're lucky, we might get a cast double round of 8s today, which would be really neat. Cranky Ducklings are currently, I believe, in-game with the... I can't check because I'm not logged into Twitch, so I'm getting ads on that channel. But they're in-game with something. I mean, do some scan around. I'm trying to figure out what other games are being covered, basically. There's by other channels to try and let you guys know, but I'm not logged into Twitch on my other PC anymore. A mild frustration. They're casting Geralt Shin? Yes, they are. That's what they went into. I'm trying to check the other streams as well. Yeah, I was going to do Shin Geralt, and I saw them join, and we saw had MaxPax Q available, so it just kind of made sense. See that the Ducklings are back casting, though. It's cool. They had to step out. They couldn't cast anymore, so they were casting the replays only, but casting live today. Nice to see them. Well, Deb's going to step through. Reaper goes down. Yeah, TKL has the Solar versus Percival games, guys, so if you want to see the Solar Percival games, they are over on TKL's channel. That's what I was actually trying to check for. As Rogue. Rogue doesn't always play the Monday Cup. Seems like today is one of the days he's decided not to participate in it. Yeah. We've seen the Hellions getting through here, trying for some probes, but they sit next to the battery, and most of those probes are going to live on through. And one more shot. Hellion going to run over that left-hand side. Cloaking coming up. He's gonna have that Banshee on the way. The couple Marines still coming into place here. A couple T-bows on the racks coming in. The Hellion is gonna pose on the left-hand side, trying to watch for this third, but the Stalker blinks down. He's gonna be able to chase that back as the Banshee and the Cloaking continues to come up. Two Stalkers will join up over on this top right side as the Prism is gonna sell. So that's gonna be 4 Stalkers in total here. MaxPax is ready to apply some pressure. Banshee into the main is gonna go and scout it, and that's gonna be bad. It's going to be a lot of damage taken. As you see the Stalkers jumping through. A couple of SCVs go down immediately. It's not quite going to make up for this damage being dealt here. They recall home the Observer, and the Banshee decides it's just going to hard commit on as many probes as possible. I think because it's only 2 Stalkers, it's not a bad choice. Kind of sad that we chased this, because honestly... Oh, wow. Okay, he actually gets 2 kills on the chase. I was going to say, he probably would have got 2 to 3 kills on the base if he just targeted other probes. But he actually got 2 kills out of chasing in the end anyways, which was a bit... So the Marine's going to be here, so they put defense in, and MaxPax having lost economy. It's a good early game from Kua. He was going to show up with a second Banshee straight into the main. Yeah, he wasn't watching this at all. There's no reason you fly this exactly where you knew the Stalkers and the Observer were. I mean, maybe because there's no battery there, but he flew that in without paying any attention to it, so a mistake was made. Prism Stalker's ready to go. I see a couple of shots coming through. The Prism loading up back once again. I see a few more Stalkers setting up. Sentry coming into place. Marines pushing forward. Siege tank pulls away. Does go down. MaxPax with some good Stalker pressure here. Stim's about to kick in. Oh, units on the other side. MaxPax has to figure a way out of this. Obviously, he has the Prism to lift up a few of these units. Oh, he's in trouble. He's going to lose way too many Stalkers. The Prism as well. And, of course, he already had a weak early game, and the economy was kind of in the bin early. And now Kia's coming across the map, swinging, as he heads right down to the bottom left and looks to tie the series up 1-1 here on Washout. See the Stalk's going to fight. Bio's just going to be jumping in. Zealot's going to get caught. Tank is going to fire, and we are going to jump onto this Nexus. Bioforce is going to click that Nexus for the moment. Stalk's still taking some shots. You're going to see a few extra Zealots warping in. The Colossus coming through. Again, a couple of Zealots continuing up on concussive shells as well. A couple more of these Zealots continue to go down. So Widow Mines will go into the Stalkers and the Sentry. Zealots on the right side getting pushed off of that Siege tank. I mean, realistically, this is... even if Banshee 2 was a disaster, Banshee 1 was so good, and then losing so many Stalkers on the other side of the map, especially in a... I mean, the one thing that does change early in this TVP is if you're building all these warp gates, you are going to be down a bit of gas. Like, you are going to have a few less units overall, right? So it is going to mean that if you lose a bunch, there's going to be a lot less defending ability. So we step forward here. We should be able to get the Sentry and the Zealot easily. Widow Mines are pushing forward. And we have ourselves a game 3 coming up between Kua and MaxPax here. Kua ties this 1-1 in the round of 8. You thought I kicked out the Cranky Ducklings, but you didn't want to ask? No, the WardiTV Mondays are a completely open tournament for casting. Anyone is allowed to cast them. Anyone is allowed to cast them. Lockdown for map 3 coming up. So yeah, anyone's allowed to cast WardiTV Mondays. There was meant to be a WardiTV Mondays is meant to be like a successor essentially to the ESL Open Cups, right? So it makes sense to let everyone cast. It filled a time slot that everyone was already casting in, so 25-25 it seems fair. I mean, you're basically just taxing Protoss for playing the game how they used to play. I mean, maybe that's... I mean, it's essentially a straight-up nerf to Protoss, right? I think what it comes down to. But, you could argue that maybe Protoss survived a few too many times when they shouldn't survive, and maybe that extra cost does it. I think the problem that really is there for me is that I think it hits Protoss hard in the state of the game they already sucked at, aka early. And later in the game, it just doesn't matter. Which is the part of the game where Protoss, like into the mid and late game, like where Protoss are just controlling the entire map and taking all the bases in PvT, for example, at least. To me, it just hits the wrong stage of the game. You're basically exacerbating the problem of Terran has to win by X minute, otherwise Protoss owns the entire map, and then Terran's only chance is to camp out for the next 20 minutes. Like, that way that the matchup works is miserable. Nobody enjoys playing like that. Nobody enjoys playing on either side. Terrans don't enjoy having to win by a certain point. Pros don't enjoy, you know, having to survive through a certain point and then having to win by a certain point themselves. Nobody likes this, you know? Nobody likes this, so I think that's my big issue currently with the warp gate change, is that it just doesn't seem to hit the right things at the right points of the game, I guess. And then once warp gate is available, you've buffed, you know, pylons being able to warp in anywhere super quickly and stuff like that, so it's just gleeful to see Protoss get nerfed. Yeah, like I say, I mean, I think Protoss maybe needed a bit of tuning, but I honestly think that Protoss didn't need nerfing as much as we just needed to balance certain parts of it, you know? Because at the end of the day, I don't think anyone was saying that Terran needs to be nerfed because they can sit back on 4 bases for like 20 minutes against Protoss and eventually win the game over the course of 20 fights. Because that's also stupid, you know? I mean, TVP was just in a bad place the way that the game works out. And the problem that I think still exists, unless we start seeing otherwise, but I'm yet to see it, is that it still plays in the exact same way. Terran's on a timer, then Protoss gets to the mid-game, they take the entire map, they do what they want, Terran has to camp out, and then Protoss has to end the game before Terran gets too much efficiency and too many other bases. So yeah, it's, yeah. Pretty sure Zergs made this patch. I mean, the only thing that happened good for Zergs was like a last-second buff to lava. It's not like Zergs were loving this patch originally anyway, right? It's just the lava buff that they made as like a compensatory kind of move against the 8-worker start is very good. It's hard to say that this patch was designed by Zergs when like a last-second change is the one thing that actually broke it in favor of Zergs. It should be harder to defend like the 3rd and the 4th. Yeah, I talked about this a lot over the last few weeks, but I actually think that if you want to achieve a lot of what the patch wanted to achieve, I do think map design needs to change, and we need to just do things with map design more interestingly. The problem is that StarCraft 2 has been so rooted in kind of the maps and certain things being allowed that's very hard to break that. But I think that is one of the core problems with like people say, you know, one of the core issues people have is like, well, everyone just goes to 3 bases. It's not even a choice. The reality is that that is still the case, right? Because it's just so easy to hold 3 bases. That has been the big killer of a lot of this aggressive gameplay that people want to see again, is the ease of accessing the map, you know? At least it's one of the things. The problem is again, some races need a faster 3rd because the game's now being balanced around that as well. Pros can choose not to turn into warp gate tech. Yeah, they can choose to do that, and they can then choose to basically be playing a worse version of their race. The problem is the entire race of Protoss for 15 years has been designed around the fact that they can warp in. Like, you can't take away the way a race works and just be like, yeah, this balances the game. You know? Without making other changes. But we didn't see those other changes. So, you're not going to be seeing storms coming through. Cyclone gets caught. I mean, the entire way that Protoss fights and expands is based on the fact that they can warp in between their 2 bases and they can choose where to set up so they can get like a flank. If you stay on gateway tech only and you don't make warp gates, you lose a lot of your flanking potential, and that's the reason Protoss survive a lot of the fights that they win when Terrans are being aggressive against them is the ability to come from multiple angles. Typically because they're able to warp in from another side and come from that different angle, or put some pressure on the other side of the map too. So if you take that away from them, if you make them pay for that privilege, it is just a straight up nerf. Because either they're playing from a worse position, or they're playing with the cost of being able to do that wasn't there before, right? if they're gonna mess with warp gate like that, they should have buffed gateway units. But gateway unit, the problem, but gateway units are really strong. Don't get me wrong, in certain scenarios, gateway units suck, but because pros can get a ton of economy, gateway units are really strong when they can swarm them, right? Like, we've seen gateway-based pro styles be dominant across multiple matchups for a long period now, right? Like, individually, like, the thing about gateway units is, like, they used to suck, but nowadays people figured out how to play gateway units in a way that they don't suck. As MaxPax gets a first siege tank here. Second tank on the left side, not sieged. Is going to go down. We drop an auto turret here. MaxPax just says, I want the tanks. He's going to get rid of all three of them and now steps away. Stork is pulling back. That's Raven low. Skewer has a bit more army supply still, but he's going to probably lose these Marines without doing too much else. Good control, keeping that Immortal alive as well. As I said, PvT basically feels okay still. Yeah, I do think it's more difficult for Protoss to hold early. But I'm also a big believer that Protoss held a bunch of things in the past that they shouldn't have held, right? I do think Protoss were overtuned. I think a lot of the time, the ability to warp in like a ton of Zealots, that is now delayed. I actually think that's a good thing that's come from this, because it actually does feel more dangerous for the Protoss. The problem is that, like I say, to me then the matchup still plays the same way, where if the Terran does not then win the game in this moment that Q just played in, now what? MaxPax starts to take the map. Q has to expand slowly. He gets pressured. He gets held back. And then we're just in the same state of PvT as before, right? So, yeah. I'm sorry. Guys, if you're calling for pros just to delay that warp gates, like, that's basically saying, like, you should just give them on the early game. Like, we should just delay warp gate? Like, yeah, guys, just don't play the game in the part of the game where you're most weak. Please. Like I say, I already explained, well, I'm not going to go around in circles. I already explained my thoughts on it. We're going to see the bio dropping down. A couple probes going down. The Stalker stepping up. Just going to see Stalkers on the right and the left. Can we get the Medivacs there? I think we could have done those. Stalkers blinked late up to the top side. Missed an opportunity there as Q. Denying the fourth base is huge, and keeping MaxPax on 3 bases while he gets to his own third in position is a big difference to before. That first game, MaxPax was kind of getting the fourth base going while Q was flying the third over, and that was very true in this game as well. But Q shows up and is able to get actually a bit of a pick on this. So you are seeing MaxPax struggle a little bit more in unit numbers. You are seeing him kind of a little bit tougher kind of to survive through to get in that fourth base. Gonna push onto the map. He doesn't have a Colossus yet, does he? He does. He has one. Builds are going to come through. Just going to be seeing a few of those SCVs going down the main base. So that's going to be really nice. As now this command center is actually just going to be in trouble. So we have to pull back to deal with the attack in the main. 14 SCVs down. The third base is going to die. Q is going to lose it. And that is going to be that. Terran doesn't get instant stim. Zerg does not get instant speed. And Protoss can wait for warp gate a while too. You do realize they still have to upgrade warp gate, right? That's like saying that Zerglings, when they upgrade their speed, should then have to wait for their wings to grow after speed is finished. Like, hello? Or like, when you inject the stim pack, there should be a cooldown until it takes effect. Like, what are we talking about here? You're very close to getting banned for rage baiting, because I can't believe you're being serious with these comments. I think you're actually just trying to piss people off. And if you are being serious, I advise you just stop talking if you don't want to be banned, because I'm scared of what you're going to say next. Honestly. MaxPax goes in the Dark Shrine. Denying the third base is massive, obviously. These Stalks pulling back. Bit of bio going to be there. Medivacs and the Vikings gathering up. Can't play gateways because in PvZ you have to rally through your Ling Wall. Wow, you know what? I didn't even think about that, but yeah. That's actually kind of wild. I didn't think about that. The fact that Protoss have to be walled in PvZ, but then you're asking them to run units through the main base the entire game. Huh. Another reason that, like I say, the race has been designed around Warp Gate, you know? Do I think this impacts pros more or masters and below player more? I mean, that's a very difficult question, but I think any changes impact pro players more. Realistically, if you're masters and below, the state of the game doesn't matter. You just macro better, and you will get better at the game. Like, I mean, obviously you're going to have to relearn how to play certain things as Q pushing. Let me come back to that in a second, because this fight is obviously looking to be pretty deadly. Q is pulling the boys and getting ready to go for this. Bio, Vikings pushing through. Disruptor on cooldown, it looked as though it was lingering to try and get another shot off already. It's very far forward now. I think it's going to go down before it does anything. There's a Disruptor right in the back that might be able to fire. The Vikings get to work. MaxPax on a must-defend attack here from Cure as he has the Zealots charge in the front. The Colossus starting to go down. We have a Disruptor that's ready. A lot of these units are low. The Disruptor shot hits pretty big in the center. Supplies are still pretty even as Cure does have 2-to-1 upgrades over his opponent. These units are super low HP though. The few medevacs in the back opponent working, and the DTs show up as well. Do we have a scan? We desperately needed the Stalkers blink back to buy a bit more time. A Disruptor from the high ground hits on a few of the Marauders, and Cure nearly makes it happen on the all-in. Shove off the 2 bases. But MaxPax is going to get through to the semifinals. Yeah, just to come back to the question, I think it's almost always the case. Hang on, did Clem Shin start already? Shit, they're in game. I should have made them wait. That was stupid of me. I should have asked them to wait. And no one's casting it, are they? Oh no. Cranky Ducklings. Oh, they're already up. Shin's already up a game. I will just watch this from the Cranky Ducklings stream for a little bit, guys, while we wait for our next match to be figured out. So this is live on the Cranky Ducklings. If you want to watch over, I'll just put it on the screen so we have something to watch. But yeah, TLDR, I think when it comes to like pros versus like anyone on the ladder, the reality is, this might be a very elitist opinion, but this applies to me too. This is also why I feel like me playing ladder does not... I also feel like, you know, this is why me playing ladder does not have an impact on my casting. Because if you're below GM, honestly, even in High Masters, you can probably just go away and macro better. And you will get better, you know? And yes, you know, you're going to lose the things you find frustrating. And yes, some Zergs that you maybe beat before may beat you now because they're a bit stronger naturally. But you will beat those same players if they play at the same level. If you just go and improve yourself, you know? If you just go out and like I say, just macro better. Learn your build order better. Go learn a 2 or 3 base build and just do the same thing every game and you will be so much better than... and just improve. And these changes don't matter at all, you know? At the end of the day, like, obviously, like, yes, you're going to have to relearn some new builds. But if you just pick up a new build now, you could probably learn it just as well as the build you're doing right now in a day. Like, you know how to play StarCraft. You know how to learn a build. And realistically, the core concepts of your build have not changed. Like, in all the games we are seeing, we are not seeing some magical scenario where it's like, oh my god, Terrans are doing something you've never seen. They're still Reaper expanding. They're still playing triple CC. Zergs are still doing the same builds they did. The timings are just different. And the majority of builds in StarCraft 2 are order-based. So yeah, like maybe the exact like 12, 14 racks timing or whatever you want to talk about, 12 depot, 14 racks, whatever, maybe that's slightly different. But the reality is, for the most part, you build the next thing in your build order when you have the money for it. And that is still very true. You hate this, just macro better and balance doesn't matter for you nonsense. I've been hearing this for many years. You're telling me the Zergnos since Zell started dominating didn't affect my enjoyment of the game at all, I'm just imagining it. No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying I'm answering the question of, do I think this patch affects higher level players or lower level players more? I think it affects higher level players more because that's where these changes actually impact you. Like, yes, obviously, if the game becomes less fun to play, you will feel that. I'm not going to deny that. But at the end of the day, if you're talking about like who it affects more in terms of learning and getting better again, like, I mean, yeah, no, it's still just like, it's still just a case of like there are other things to focus on. You might get banned for saying something different than the streamer. I ban basically nobody in this chat. Like the ban rate on this chat is actually incredibly low. You have to be really dumb or catch me feeling like really maybe in a bad mood to get banned in this channel. And most of the time, if it's just me in a bad mood and you message me after, I'll just unban you. I've not banned a single person for disagreeing. Ay. As 4K to 4.2K MMR before this patch and losing the Zergs who are 3-2 to 3-3, it does affect low leagues. I'm not saying... No. I think you guys are misunderstanding me. I'm not saying it's not going to affect lower leagues, right? Like, obviously, balance is going to shift. And if Zerg is instantly better, yes. I mean, I even said this in my argument. Yes, the Zergs are going to be stronger. Sure, right? But at the end of the day, there is so much room to improve at that level that the overall changes of this patch impact the higher level more. That is the argument I'm taking. That's wild. When 5 minutes ago I was threatening to ban someone with their opinion. Yeah, no, I will ban people if you're purposefully saying stupid stuff. I mean, the guy... It is not an opinion when you say something that is factually incorrect and try and use this as an argument. This is being stupid, and this is trying to rile up the chat. And this was also the guy's, like, 7th comment in a row that was of the similar... And he's still not even banned. Because he realized he was being dumb and he shut up. Because he didn't have anything actually smart to say. You know? Anyways, we're just watching this obviously on the Cranky Ducklings channel, guys, and there's no game and stuff. I advise you go watch them for the cast. We're just chilling and waiting for another game to become available. I don't want to cast off someone else's stream, so we're just using this to watch so we have something on screen while we wait for the next game to start up. That's why there's no game sound, like I say. If you want to watch this, I will put the Cranky Ducklings link in the chat. If you want to hear them casting, you can watch it over there. Not because I want you guys to leave me, just because I'm not going to cast over their stream. We're just putting this on while we wait for another game to become available. If something else is ready to go, we will be jumping into that and moving away from this stream as well. So if you do want to see the full Shin Clam, like I say, check out the Cranky Ducklings. Maybe he was just dumb, therefore the more logical assumption you get banned for being dumb. But that's why I gave him the warning. Like, I could have just banned him, but like, it was a fair warning, no? Like, if you actually think this is true, you need to stop talking, otherwise you'll get banned. Like it's a fair warning, like, you know? I can't put up with people saying things that are just so far out of, like, I've argued and talked and discussed so many points of view, and so many people have not gotten banned. The only time I say things like this is when you're genuinely saying things to the level of, like, it's so difficult to believe they're being serious and not just looking for a reaction, you know? This is a good spawn location from Clem, obviously. The bottom spawns on Ulsan Temple, by the way. It's a 4-player map, so getting bottom spawns cross spawns is very nice. It's allowing Clem to have a lot more pressure with this. He has a lot of army supply. I think Shin doesn't have, especially losing the Baneling Nest, I don't think he has a way to get an answer to the Marines. Looks like he might be dead here. GG's. Clem ties it up with Shin. Okay, well let's jump into that game 3 then, guys. Let's jump into the game 3 because we are there's nothing else currently happening. MaxPax is waiting for Bjorn and Ryung to wrap up in the semi-finals, and the winner of Clem Shin will play Percival Solo. That's still ongoing. It is on TKL's stream. Let me see if I can get an update on Solar Percival. Solar is looking as though he's probably going to go 2-0 over Percival. They're in a 20-minute game. Solar is heavily up on supply, and Percival does not have the bank account. Don't think so. Percival. Okay, I mean, Solar has Percival's corner base as well. It does not look good for Percival. So the supplies are still fairly close, though. So maybe there's a chance. Looks like they're playing a bit of a banger over there. So 1-1 tied up in this Shin Clem matchup. Let me get this ready to go. And jump into game 3, guys. How are you supposed to know ducks can fly if you've never seen one do it? See, like, this is a great example of Helen didn't think ducks could fly, right? But, alas, they could. The difference is Helen didn't say this in front of 1,000 people who would then be like, are you crazy? And she also didn't try and gaslight people into thinking ducks couldn't fly. You know? It's a very different vibe to how the balance discussions typically tend to go. What's up, Kaiser Soze? Thank you so much for the 7-month resub. Looking forward to some game variety. Hell yeah. Tied at 1-1 here. Obviously, we watched that game 2 of Clem and Shin. Like I say, the bottom spawn's definitely nice for Clem. Made a good push off of it and was able to get things going nicely. Just sending that message out because we have pretty much all the casts in this lobby already, so better to say now where they have the highest chance of seeing this. Match coming up a little way. Excellent gas coming through. We take a few moments to settle ourselves into Blackrock. This map is really interesting with the lack of like I say, no high ground, low ground across the map. I voted for this map in the TLMC because I actually really like the concept of it. I think it's really cool. I think this is the sort of map that takes a different approach that can really mix games up without being like, you know, when some maps have the most ridiculous like third base or something. Or like accessible like base, like, you know, something like this to make them different. Like this map was different without being crazy, you know. Yeah, this map was different without being super crazy, which I really liked. I like it when people are creative without making the game feel, well, without making the map feel like it just doesn't belong, I guess. Which is an interesting line for. Here it pops out. Just gonna get going. You vetoed this map every match. Why? What don't you like about it? Or you just thought it was the one to veto it? I feel like it should be too many rocks and high grass. Yeah, that makes sense. I feel like you've got so many pathways though to make up for it as well. Like, I feel like it's got to be pretty good for like running around and like engaging from all sides. But obviously that's, I guess, terrifying. You can't see anything. And I guess also being able to run on all sides is great, but if the Terran already has a good position, then with ledges and stuff, maybe it doesn't matter anyway. It feels like a big map though, right? And it's an 8 base each map. Do you think they overdid it on making it like... I feel like all the maps are big. I feel like it's almost like it's got all these chokes and rocks and line of sight blockers to make up for lack of ramps and stuff, but also like maybe they could have done with a couple less. It's an interesting one. So many gold-based maps, yeah. I can't believe we still get like gold just placed like on is it at Eternity's Edge, the bottom left gold? I can't believe we still have maps that just have a base that's like takeable for the Zerg and not ever for the other side. I think this is bonkers. Like at least put a gold base on both sides of the map, you know? Don't make a gold base that one race is never going to be able to touch, right? Rorschach has a top center. Yeah, I've seen a few less games on Rorschach. At least, I feel like at least Rorschach, it feels a little tougher to expand to as the Zerg, maybe. I feel like on Eternity's Edge, it's just like in your natural expansion path. But Rorschach's also a bit smaller. Still learning a lot of the ins and outs of these maps. What player would I wish to come back to SC2? Innovation, full-time. Innovation was one of my all-time favorite players. Like every time, even watching him this weekend, it's just fun. Like, Innovation just plays in like such an innovation way. It's very satisfying to watch. Yeah, that's a very easy answer for me. Also probably a very boring answer. There, a couple of overlords coming up, the Banshee and the Cloaking coming through. And to just have ourselves the engineering base building 5 minutes in. And a lot of setting up has been done. We have a couple of roaches on the way out from Shin to settle himself in these early stages. And we just have ourselves those roaches coming up. Banshee obviously will keep you safe in case the roaches do get a bit aggressive. Otherwise, Cloaking and Instant Impact continue to come in at the moment. And yeah, the Ling's going to head back down to the bottom left-hand side. Actually looking to try and get a wrap around on these Hellions. Running through, a couple of Marines getting caught. Up the ramp we go, and the Hellions are going to get caught. Nice little run by here initially from Shin, and Clem are going to lose some units, but that's about it. But it does slow a bit of pressure on the map, right? The other Hellions have to come back home. And he also only built 4 Hellions in this game. Or did he build 5? No, he built 4. He only lost 1. Sorry, I thought he lost 2. I got confused there. The other one did live. So he only builds 4, which means he goes down to 3. So it's not a lot of pressure you have anyway from the Hellions. So even I was going to say -2 is obviously then a big deal. -1 is still a decent deal. And again, it keeps the Hellions from being on the map. It gives you another round of creep tuners that push forward without being really contested too heavily, apart from maybe by this Banshee. Is the Banshee getting caught? Does that go down? No, it gets away low HP though, so it's going to be difficult for it to come back again without being repaired. His MMA and Tasia? Yeah, MMA was... and Tasia, also great ones to watch. Stefano. Zest. Yeah, Zest was... I think most pros players would say Zest, or maybe Stats again. I know Stats came back for a bit, but then quit again. Yeah, we kind of had like a year-long dosage of Stats. Parting literally like announced his return and then just never played. He laddered and just never got happy with the level he got to on ladder, and so he never made his return, I think. Cool, Infestors coming up, Ravagers and Roaches coming through. That Banshee is going to fly towards the top. It's interesting, isn't it? Because I always feel like when we ask these questions of who you'd like to see return, I always think there's this very interesting fact of like, the very old players are almost always left out because it's hard to imagine them playing in like the current state of StarCraft almost, I think, for a lot of people. And so obviously there's a bit of recency bias too. I say recency bias, but more recency bias. It's always interesting. You never hear like people be like, I really want to see Idra again, or like Hook or something, you know? Or at least not to the same extent as like the, you know, all these guys that dominated in the last 10 years still. Parting turned down and invited to the Doyu Cup. That's crazy. This Banshee is having a wild time, by the way, as the Reaper Hellion is apparently getting some drones on the left side. Shin just falling apart a little bit, allowing Clem to get 8 workers killed. Killing an Infestor with the Banshee was pretty nuts as well. That's actually a really nice catch. Yeah, Dark's been tweeting about how he wants to come back to StarCraft 2 pretty frequently, I think. So I think Dark's definitely looking to make a return when he's done with military. Going to catch these Marines. Files just going to go towards the edge of the Marines as well. The medevac's lifting back up and getting back out of here. It'd be nice to get Dark back. he's also been playing while in military as well, so he's frequently like towards the top of the career ladder. I know top of the career ladder is a bit dead nowadays anyway, but he's up there. Dark Return would be very cool. Banshee is going to get a couple more drones. 2, 3. The Banshees have been putting in some overtime for Clem this game. They've really found some work, and obviously being able to knock down a bunch of drones. Don't get me wrong, Shin is not in danger of falling out, running out of drones or anything, but he has had to replenish drones. And stopping to replenish drones, you're missing the mining time while they're dead. You're using lava and money on replacing them. It could have been a much larger Zerg army already available. And in this phase of the game, if you have a larger Zerg army, you can be potentially more active as well. I mean, Shin's army maybe isn't one that necessarily wants to be across the map all of the time. With the Ravages and stuff, it's not like Ling Bane where you're looking to run by, hit an attack, constantly go, go, go. Oftentimes you want the Terran to be a bit further forward because you're playing with those infestors and you're looking to get fungal growth catches to kind of find the efficiency for yourself. But it does just take away the option of some of the run-bys, the option of some of the pressure you could have maybe had as the Zerg if you hadn't lost those workers. It's coming through, and it's going to run towards a bunch of bio units, a couple tanks as well. It's going to be seeing the pulling is going to get jumped on, so Shen going to have to pull back. Clem pushing over. We've got 4 ultras on the way, so we are getting towards this higher tech very shortly. Shen with the kind of displaying Adrenal Gland's Bane speed. A bunch of these Lings gathering together. The Bioforce looking to get toward the top. And are the Infestors as well. Going to drop a good fungal. That's a massive clump of units as Clem tries to move through this choke. Oh, by the way, love it. Clem has a tank on the high ground. This is what we should really be complaining about, guys. Terrans get high ground siege tank positions, and no one's going to say a word about it because of the patch. As the Bio is going to run through. A couple of Banes coming forward. We are going to have Ravages. With high ground vision, can Bile this tank, but I don't think there's high ground vision at the moment, so this tank is just going to have a wild tank. Going to start targeting Infests potentially. Another fungal coming down. Clem's still being pushed away, and this tank is wreaking havoc on the high ground. Sits only on 2 kills, but nice to get some good splash across the army. Clem pushes up, eats another massive fungal, eating some Biles as well. And that's the Ling Roach Ravager continue to gather through. Yeah, this was in the TLMC, by the way. These ledges which you can put tanks on, and nobody used them in the TLMC. Poor Mapmaker was going crazy, shouting every single day, "Why aren't the players doing it?" And yeah, it is in fact a thing. Do you guys remember when Submarine got forced to be redesigned a little bit because it had like a tank-only ledge behind like the natural or the third base? There was like, I think it was the equivalent, basically like if this is Clem's third. Like, there was a ledge here you could put a tank on, right? That was, like, high ground or, like, mid-ground. People lost their minds. And now we have tank ledges in the middle of the map. This is why you know the patches riled people up. Fire point back, couple wooden line shots going off. We're going to be splitting away. Ultras are going to be chasing through. The Banes are coming over. As we have got the Ultra Bane Ravager Force just going to be chasing down onto this army. We have ourselves a Clem pull away though. Shin's still maxed out following all of this that's happened. Just not too surprised. I mean, Clem has been in so many fungal growths. Man has basically had his army painted green this entire time. I don't know if he's trying to play the chameleon game here on a green map. But he's definitely not been afraid of just stepping into these fungals. As our Bioforce still chasing back through. Another fungal growth coming down. The Ravager Biles on that left side. Clem works nicely against that. Doesn't just run through them. And Shen is going to have to pull back through the center. Bio army chasing up. The Infestor gets caught. The Ravagers continue to turn away. Do we have no fungals left? Clem's chasing forward with 0 fungal respect at all right now. There's 2 new Infestors on the way up, but yeah, he killed a bunch of them. On the left side, the counterattack comes through. Clem immediately runs back with the SCVs. A couple of mines get burrowed. The Bio going to get jumped on. The one shot goes off. Those Lings still chasing into that mineral line. Big push to the top. Clem does not siege that Widow Mine just yet, though, and the Baneland count is decent, and we're on creep, remember. Obviously, big map, takes a long time to get across the other side. Clem's reinforcements are going to be a step behind. Gives Shin a chance to maybe play cleanup here. As the Widowmine looking to find a good lock on. What are we going to go for? Retargets into the back lines. Actually goes off from the Overseers in the end, I believe. Overseers flying overhead. Some Balins do get close. The Lings are starting to wrap around, and Clem takes the lifting chance to get out of there. And is going to find himself pushed away. Still only a 4-base Terran. Obviously, new economy does mean that 4 bases now is a little bit more sustainable for a little bit longer. You don't have to hit that 5th base as quickly. We are going to take this hatchery down, so we're going to grab this. Medivac's loading up, and we are going to pull back with this one. The rest of this bio coming through for a couple seconds as well. It's just some updates, guys, just in the bracket very quickly, is that Solar did 2-0 Percival, and Beyond 2-0 is Ryung, so Beyond will advance through to play MaxPax in the round of 4 in the semi-finals. That will come up. Beyond MaxPax will be the first semi after this TVZ wraps up. As Clem gonna have to retreat here. Medivac's load up. We're gonna pull away. A couple Widowmines trying to get burrowed. Ultras gonna get targeted. The few SCVs pull back into this again. Shin has got Clem bleeding a little bit. I do think Clem's lack of base right now is going to be an issue. This base not mined on the left side. Going to take away some of the consistent income, and we are at the point where the main should be mined out. The natural is going to be losing some patches as well. So I do think that starts to become an issue as this Bioforce still sets up. Shin coming around, the Bioforce on the right side still getting after a couple more drones. Medivac's pulling back through again up to the top. Rest of this Bioforce gathering. Medivac's joining up. Ghosts +3 armor being brought into play as well. To the main base we go. Spore Crawler gets picked up. A few Zergles going to come running through. Just going to have the Bio turn in again. Clem aggressively turning into this. He needs to knock some bases down here. He needs to slow the Zerg a little bit while establishing his own bases. One of the Bane's going to get close. Not a good time for a game to spike a little bit. I don't know who that was or what that was, but yeah, that is not ideal at all, as Clem is going to full load and is going to full retreat out down. Well, I was going to say down to the bottom, out over into the center. CC lifted up into the skies. The Ling's going to run through, hitting these SCVs. Just going to see a couple Widowmines. Going to try and help the defense with the reinforcements. You're going to get caught. This Widowmine could be massive. Does hit pretty dead center, but Shin is in the natural expansion of Clem. Overwhelming, overrunning. Maybe can't go up into the main base, but obviously if you just peel away to the right side, you can pick off the base there, and Clem is not in the position to really be losing additional bases. Actually, Corrosive Biling to zone the ramp a little bit is kind of a little bit more brutal than I thought this was going to be. Shin is standing just right there, as Clem is going to type GG's. Shin will make the semifinals of the WardiTV Mondays. And with that, guys, we are guaranteed a Zerg in the final of the Monday Cup. If you are a WardiTV Monday fanatic, you will know that is not a common occurrence. All time in the WardiTV Mondays, the Zerg have made the finals 13 times across 92 cups. 13 final appearances out of a possible 184. Today will be Zerg number 14. Solar has 6 of those finals appearances, and Shin actually has 4 of them, so one of them will be increasing that one a little bit as we get into Beyond MaxPax. Up next. So Beyond versus MaxPax, and then we go over to the ZVZ. So yeah, Beyond MaxPax first. Let's run some ads up, guys, and we'll get this TVP ready to go in the opening semi-final of this Monday Cup very shortly. Yeah, Shin with, again, going back to WardiTV Mondays. I've got so many weird Wikipedia pages open. Shin with 1 win and 3 second places in the Mondays. Solo with 3 wins and 3 second places. And then Beyond has 2 wins and 5 second places. MaxPax is the only one of the big 4 who remains. We'll see if Beyond can knock him down, as MaxPax has a chance to tie Clem and overtake Clem on the most Mondays won tab as well. Very cool. All right. Going in a few moments, guys. Thank you so much for the donation. Let me just open up my stream elements as well. We had a £25 come in that I didn't see at the time, so give me a second. I believe it's from Slozza. Thank you so much, mate. Appreciate you for the £25 donation. Appreciate you big time. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Thank you so much for supporting. And yeah, Kaiser Soz, I think I shouted you out already, but just in case I did forget. Thank you so much for that 7-month resub. Rowan Mime, thank you for the 54-month resub on the Prime. Keep them coming, guys. We are very close to hitting back to 800 subs And if you're on the YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe as well. Also helps us out a whole bunch. So do like, do subscribe on the YouTube. It's free to do so. And we're fast approaching 50,000 YouTube subs, which has been our goal for a long time. So continuing to push ourselves in over there. Hell yeah, thank you so much. Zerg is unbeatable with his patch. I mean, Shin lost a map. Shin lost a map. There might be a lot of... I think there's going to be a lot of changes of kind of... So I think one thing to say is that obviously Zerg just immediately build more units, and so Terran do need a little bit of time to... They do need a little bit of time, Terrans, to figure out what that means in terms of how many units they're pushing into, maybe later in the game as well, or at any point in the game, right? So there's going to be a little bit of like a feelings thing where it's like where Clem felt he could push earlier, right? Where Clem felt he could push earlier or in previous patch, that timing may be off now, right? So that's a lot of like juggling. You know, that's a lot of juggling in terms of like, oh, what I felt was good before now maybe is not. Now we maybe have to approach it a bit differently. So it is fair to say, I think that a lot of the TVZ right now does need some time for the Terrans to figure out a little bit of this, you know. So, you know, figuring out those timings, figuring out that, like I say, can we attack or can we not? Some of these things are going to be a bit different than before, so, like I say, I think there's a little bit of testing to be done in that regard. If nothing else. So, guys, it'll be Beyond MaxPax first semi-final, then Shin versus Solar second semi-final, and we will have a rare Zerg appearance in a Monday Cup final. When was the last Zerg finals? Probably Solar. Well, not that long ago, actually, right? I'm wrong. Lambo was the last Zerg finals. That was back in May. Past that, we have to go all the way back to March for Solar, who was in the finals against Clem. Surely that's not true. Am I crazy? Yep, yeah, you have to go back to March. There's only been 3 Zergs in the finals this year. Lambo once and Solar twice. Oh, and a Laser was in the finals at the very start of the year as well. He was up against Hero in that final. We've not had a Zerg winner in 2026, so today could be a good day for some WardiTV Monday variety as we go to Sanctuary 3 for this map to open up this best of 3 series, Beyond versus MaxPax. In the top right, we're going to be seeing our blue Terran player as we enter the semi-finals of WardiTV Mondays 93. The blue Terran is going to be Hyun. In the bottom left-hand side, our red Protoss player is going to be MaxPax. Again, if he wins today, he will overtake Clem on the overall all-time WardiTV Monday rankings, if that's something you'd like to follow. Otherwise, if MaxPax loses, we're going to have a rare winner from outside of the top 4 of Hero Classic, Clem and MaxPax. Should be exciting. Now, guys, I know what you're all thinking. 8 workers, what's going to happen here? Well, the answer is not a lot for 2 minutes, which is the perfect time to tell you about the wonderful WardiTV Patreon page. All of these tournaments, WardiTV tournaments, are powered by you guys, as well as our sponsors. Shout out to Loco, Winter, and OSC, who specifically sponsor the WardiTV Monday Cups every single week. But these tournaments do not happen as frequently and with as much prize money without your support. And one of the best ways to support it is to check out the Patreon page, which you can do so over at patreon.com/WardiTV. Or you can exclamation mark Patreon into the Twitch chat as well. 100% of everything pledged on Patreon goes directly into tournament prize money. It's the foundation of our big tournaments when we run the $5,000 Spring Championship that we just wrapped up last week, or the upcoming Summer Championship that will be having some news announced within the next month or so. These events are all happening because you guys are there on the Patreon and supporting, and it allows us to build up those prize pools and really kind of, you know, put some prize money into the pockets of players. So, again, patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of everything pledged there, like I say, goes to the pocket of the players. We even cover transaction fees. So if you want to make sure that you're putting $10 into the players' wallets, then just drop $10 on the Patreon. Like I say, I will make sure that that $10 is $10. So again, it's a great way to support. It allows us to obviously keep on running the tournaments, and it allows the players to keep on having good prize pools to play for amongst the bigger events that happen here and there in StarCraft 2. So do check that out. That's one more time, patreon.com/WardiTV. Do I have to pay taxes from Patreon towards prize pool? No. No, because what basically Patreon, any income I get from Patreon is basically, because anything that comes in from Patreon goes out as prize money, that's like a business expense. So anything that comes in from Patreon does not get taxed on my side. When it gets to the players, that's when it'll be taxed. But for me, it's like an incoming, like whatever you want to call it. I don't know, like an incoming sale, let's say. But it goes back out because it guaranteed goes into the prize pool of the players. It's money that guarantees goes back out. So yeah, anything, like I say, anything that comes in on Patreon goes directly into the pockets of the players. It is, like I say, a guarantee. Where are we at here? There you go. See, we just saw about Patreon in the early game every time. We'll get to the point of action. It's great. See, we just need to embrace the sellout, guys. Just need to embrace the sellout. Essentially, I never get a cut of that money. Yes, I can't get taxed on it because I'm not earning that money. Because it leaves my bank account before it calculates how much tax I pay, you know? Like I say, because it definitely goes back into the players, like, because it definitely goes back out as prize money, that Patreon money itself is never taxed. So yeah, hopefully that makes sense. Alrighty, like I say, game number 1 of this best of 3 MaxPax. I'm gonna poke with a couple of adepts, poking on the front. We're just gonna be seeing a couple of Marines coming out. Yeah, all of our prize money is basically seen as promotion, because we're basically promoting stuff. Like it's basically like I put it in my taxes like promotion costs. It's like an advertising cost. Like I put in this money to advertise my stream, and because I have advertised my stream, you guys watch, and you know, we make money, right? So yeah, it's nice. Saving grace. As y'all just gonna see, I won't get coming through. The blink is about halfway done. Just gonna see the Marine stepping forward, and the Adept is gonna go down. The Stalker gonna get chased as well. I mean, Gun's gonna get down this ramp and pick off a couple of those units early. Nice to get rid of a couple of picks early on. I don't know if he was baiting with that Marine, because I feel like there was no need for that Marine to be running forward. It never got close to getting in reach of the Stalker, but is gonna be low. So just take a couple of seconds. Marines gather up then. I mean, Gun lost a fair share of Marines here as well. He lost 6 Marines, so both players with some losses early as MaxPax has the blink up. Prism on the way, and he's already on 2 warp gates and 1 gateway, which I would imagine is going to be morphing into a warp gate soon. I think we really need to get the gateways morphing to warp gates on the production tab. This is it was there in Maestros, actually. It was there in the Maestros of the game event, I think. But I actually really think this is necessary now, because I think it's maybe not necessary, but I think it is cool to just see, considering Ord's on the production tab, instead of just presuming they made warp gates, I think it's cool to see that they're making the warp gates, right? So having it there for a little bit is, I think, important. Four probes going down on the other side, so we are going to see some harass coming in. This Banshee goes for 4 workers, so Bjorn gets a few more kills, and slows MaxPax a little bit. This Banshee nearly getting caught in the middle, but it does get away. And like I say, MaxPax, any moment he's not pushing forward with the Stalkers, gives Bjorn a bit more preparation time. Bjorn even going to get a pylon pick at the back. Stalkers just going to get that Banshee. Just going to see the tank is going to be there. Stalkers coming through. Banshee is going to be hitting these couple of Stalkers, which, I mean, this is going to get dealt with, so MaxPax defends well, but coming at the cost of basically not having any pressure. Go on the other side, MaxPax! Almost with a max mistake right there. That was going to be absolutely brutal, but we get away with it. What are the numbers on the recall and the energy thing? You guys see this in the bottom right? Why is there a 1 on top of these? Is that just saying there's 1 available? I've never seen that before, I don't think. Interesting. Well, CC coming up, Stimpack and the +1 from Bjorn. So we will sell. I mean, the Banshees, like I said, I think they did their job. We killed a good amount of probes. And while the Banshees went down, we also, delayed these Stalkers a little bit. And we created a scenario here now where MaxPax is not really able to get through to do much pressure or to do much damage. So that's definitely a pretty big positive as the Stalkers press at the front. A few units jumping back into the Prism and loading once again. And Bio will gather in that natural. We just have charge over halfway done. The 5 additional gateways coming up. Colossus building at the moment from MaxPax as well. We have another sentry coming out at the moment. There's a 1 on recharge icon too. Yeah, that's what I mean. And now it says 0 when it's on cooldown. I think it's just a more clear way to show whether it's available or not. Maybe specifically like when there's not enough energy. Yeah, I guess it's just like being very clear if it's available or not with a written reminder essentially. Charge is about to be done. That stim is going to be done very shortly as well. Combat shield coming up. +1's about to finish. Medevac still boosting down the right-hand side. Still going to go blinking across as well. Tanks is going to be pushing down. The Bioforce is going to be there. Stalker's still warping in. Colossus coming up. +1 upgrade coming through as well. So I think they're going to do something to this version. I'll leave it for longer. I think there's a very good chance that they don't do anything until BlizzCon. Because they have RSL, right? At BlizzCon, the finals and stuff. So I think there's a very good chance they actually leave the patch as it is until at least BlizzCon, and then maybe they hotfix a couple of things, but I think we're pretty much going to be playing with this for a few months at least. I would be amazed if they made a major change that walks stuff back right now. I don't think they're going to walk things back in the next month or something. I think this is just the game we play on now. I'm going to see this Bio coming through. Bjorn getting into an aggressive spot. It's definitely one of those things where I do think a rougher start for the Protoss is so much more noticeable now. Like, the cost of gateways mean that you have a few less gateway units available and stuff. Just like a little bit less. It just means that a weaker start for the Protoss is a bit more, like I say, abusable by the Terran when they make a push like this. Tanks, couple of Widow Mines going to sell. Thermal Lance +1 and the Colossus coming into place. Couple of Zealots going to chase after the Marine. We do see some more Zealots in the background. Just going to see that Prism canceling. Oh, did the Prism just die? Prism just died apparently. Alright, well that's great for Bjorn, not having to deal with a counterattack while setting himself up onto the bottom left. So going to take some damage. And we are going to have ourselves this Bjorn army coming down here. First Widow Mine goes down. Second Widow Mine turns. Plus, very far forward, and there's just not enough Zealots here at the end of the day, as we're going to see a Zealot warp in now, but Bjorn's going to get rid of most of the Colossus before that's a thing. Now the Zealots show up, we're going to take a few steps back. Oh, Zealots on the backside hitting the tanks. To be fair, we kind of already got rid of the units that the tanks are there for, like the Colossus, Colossus, well, I guess we're going to rebuild Colossus. At this stage, the Zealots become more of a thing. Tanks are not that big of a deal. Not upset that Bjorn loses the tanks. Would it be nice to keep them, but he's mostly moving into bio-mine production anyways. I was going to say, like, the Colossus are gone. That's what the tanks are really for, but we're still going to rebuild Colossus. So, like I say, tanks would be nice, but you're also getting Vikings now, right? You're not reliant on tanks as your anti-Colossus kind of portion of this army any longer. So that's obviously a pretty big factor. Did we just give up on non-warp gate production? I think it's more of a thing in PvP. But I think I think it depends player by player. I think some people are still playing with it, but I think most people are taking the hit right now. I think PvP, it's actually pretty good to play no warp gate, because obviously if you can just have more money to spend on units defensively, it's going to be really hard for your opponent to break into you having spent the money on warp gates, right? As MaxPax. This is not a push you can make. I mean, maybe with the Zealots here, but the Zealots are a bit slow to show up, so it's going to be rough. Widow Mines go on a Zealot each, but the Widow Mines will likely get to recharge and go again, and that Colossus count just got reset once more. Still pushing through, just going to be having a few Stalkers in the center trying to hold their own. Bjorn, 84 to 57 army supply. I will say, as someone that's for a long time felt some moments in PvT were quite bullshit, the games I've seen of MaxPax today feels like he's got there's less moments where it's like, I feel like Bjorn had a good early game and it just doesn't matter. I feel like there's a lot more moments where it's like, it feels as though Bjorn's actually able to take advantage a bit of what happened beforehand, or in like off the back of a good fight. It doesn't feel like MaxPax is just surviving because I don't know, like, again, as the game goes on, I imagine not enough else changed that really continues. But I do feel like that initial surge of getting the gate set up and the cost of that does seem to be holding Protoss back a little bit in this early mid game, so it's pretty interesting, though. It's pretty interesting. Bjorn's almost keeping up on base with Toss. I mean, he's getting to a 4th base while MaxPax has got a base 6 halfway done. So I don't think that's quite true. No? I think this is the stage of the game where the game starts to look a lot like what it looked like before. But because we're past the point now where many of the changes really come through, you know? Last patch Protoss have 10 base by now. By now? No. Maybe they already have a 6 base against a 3 going to 4 base Terran. This is the moment where they triple expand, though. Viking's going to come around the top, going for the Colossus. We're going to get 1. We're going to go for 2. Going to go for 3. It's just a good fit. Feels like a good fight for Bjorn. That Disruptor blows up all sorts of things. There's a bunch of Stalkers left. I actually think the bit of bio there could have ran across to it. Bjorn has got a drop in toward the back of his main base to consider as well. That Prism is going to set up for the warp in. And I think he just saw that the Marines are coming. I'd be very interested to see Classic on this patch. I think Classic was the biggest abuser of just being like, oh, this is the moment in the game where I'm just going to build 3 more bases, and all of a sudden the base count is just ridiculous. And right now, MaxPax's supply is good, and he's got a bank account as well. And he's got 97 workers, so the dude is mining an absolute metric ton of minerals and gas. Oh, not actually gas, he's actually mining less gas than Bjorn, but he's mining a lot of more minerals than Bjorn is at this point in time. Bio coming around the right a little. Again, +2 ship weapons, +2 armor about to be done. Some upgrades from Bjorn finishing here. Army supply is still competitive. We'll see if Bjorn can take some fights to help him out. He's got a few Zealots hitting the topside base, and he has got a few units coming up to deal with. Take a fight here. EMP's coming down already, hitting a couple of these Stalkers. Zealots are going to start charging through as well. Another EMP hitting a sentry. Bios has to keep kiting backwards here. It's good. Obviously, cannot allow a Disruptor shot to really land heavily in this scenario. But Zealot warp in is massive. How many gates are we on now? Is MaxPax 16? So he can just warp in all the Zealots he needs to again at this stage. And he is mining the mineral, the mineral amass to make that happen as well. We're going to knock the rocks down here. Does block the Stalkers and actually cuts a lot of the Zealots off. So Bjorn with a cool play on the map to actually get himself maybe a catch on these Zealots. The Zealots are going to still turn into this and try and trade with what they can. It's not perfect for Bjorn. He's still going to lose some units in this process, but it makes a chance to fight through some of those Zealots. Cool move by Bjorn, but he is still being the one that's pushed back in this game. Down 30 workers at this point. As MaxPax pushes up, Colossus is going to fire a bit of this bio, taking damage. The Zealots are going to charge through. Stalkers blinking underneath. Medevacs Vikings continue to go down. The Zealots are still charging up. It's going to see another Disruptor shot firing in once again, trying to land for the moment. DTs will swipe through. These SCVs keep taking damage. DTs will continue to fall. Another couple DTs putting the work in. +3 attack coming up on the engineering bay. A bit more bio stepping over. Dark Templar down. And we are going to be seeing the Zealots going to charge into this planetary force zone with the Disruptor. Forces Bjorn away to give you the chance to keep hitting this planetary if you want to as MaxPax. He's a bit hesitant about it though. He's not quite sure that that's what he wants to be doing. MaxPax adds another 4 gateways, so again, he's set up on the Giga level of production right now. This is pretty much, like I say, I think the kind of scenario now where it's just this starts to feel like the older, like the last patch version of PvT, right? Pros still get to a bunch of bases. Terran are still going to be held back and forth. Now, of course, in theory, the economy changes mean that you can hold out on these few bases for longer as the Terran player. So that's nice. And actually, beyond stepping forward, I mean, he still has an army supply where one good fight is going to do work for him, but he's also going to get outmassed heavily on the reinforcements considering the 30 worker difference. So, and he's so Marauder heavy, which is great against the Colossus, but it's horrific against these Zealots that show up. That part does not feel great at all, as you see the Zealot and the Ghost going to go fighting a few probes to the top side as well, going to get mining away. And plus 3 armor coming through, Marine Marauder Viking all coming up. SCV's going down. That disruptor shot's huge. Second one is huge. GG is just guaranteed after that. Gun was already trailing, and those disruptor shots, I don't even know if they were needed to seal the deal realistically. GG's. Game 1 goes the way of MaxPax as he sets up with a 1-map lead. Heading into Game 2 in a couple of moments. Alright, heading straight into this guy's second map in a few seconds' time, getting this ready to go. Again, thanks for joining us today. Thanks for watching on the YouTube, guys. We have a ton of YouTube viewership today. 400 viewers is a lot for the YouTube, so hope you guys are doing great. If you are enjoying on the YouTube, again, take a few moments, like and subscribe. It is free to do so. It helps us out massively. It does absolute wonders for us, so do check that out. Like I say, it goes a long way. It helps us out a bunch. I really appreciate it if you do. So check that out as we ready up for Game 2 of the Beyond MaxPax semi-final here. Winner of this will be playing a Zerg in the finals, Shin or Solar. That CVZ will be up next when this TVP wraps up. I would have just made 20 Archons in one. The day someone... I'm very excited for the game. Someone makes like 5 Archons at once and the Archon morphing sound just goes off all like... This thing, I actually don't know why, but I can't help myself but laughing every time I hear it right now. Which is not ideal. That's not ideal at all. Same stuff as last patch. Yeah, I think PvT is... I think even though... I think Protoss, like I say, is a bit weaker against some of the pushes of Terran, but I do think that beyond... I mean, it's not exactly the same, but I think this general trend of this matchup is going to stay the same. We didn't change enough in this matchup for things to change, no? Like, what else? I mean, obviously Warp Gate changed, but outside of that, like, if you get Warp Gates online, what else changed that meant that TVP was going to feel different? Terran can turtle better on 4 bases for a bit longer. I mean, that's just, you know, that just gives the Protoss more time before they have to take the entire map. Late game converges into old patch-like behavior. Yeah, I think the longer it goes, the more it feels like old patch. I do think early it feels like Beyond has a bit more... Like I said, I feel like there's a bit more... I felt this in the Cure games as well, where I feel like there's a bit more chance for the Terran to do something, right? If they have a better start. Whereas before, it's like, even a good start, the Protoss oftentimes found defenses, Zealots in good numbers were very good and so on, but... Yeah. Get on the top right. It's going to be our blue Terran play, obviously. MaxPax in the bottom left. What's up, Valinoriano? How you doing? Thank you so much for the 44-month resub. Hello to you as well. Thank you so much for subbing up and supporting the stream and the content. It's beautiful. WardiTV Monday. Now, guys, I'm going to say something that's going to get a lot of people very excited. Next week, WardiTV Mondays will be on Tuesday. Obviously, next week on Monday, people will be traveling back from Home Story Cup. So no Monday Cup on Monday. However, I've got a double exciting thing for you. It's actually going to be back-to-back Tuesday Cups. Because the Monday after that, I'm going to be on my way home still. So the Monday Cup's going to be delayed to Tuesday the week after as well. So all of you WardiTV Monday on a Tuesday lovers, yeah, it's your time to pop off. It's going to be crazy. You guys are going to love it, I think. Yeah, it's going to be a crazy couple of weeks for you guys. So enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. Wait, why do I have a top clip that has 14,000 views? Holy shit. What's that? Is that Hero lifting the trophy by mistake? Oh, it is. That's so sad. Sad. It's posted on livestream failed. Ouch. Yeah, I actually died a little inside. Like, I actually cringed. Like, the worst part is I knew it was about to happen, right? Because he popped off, fine, you win the first best of 7. But then he stands up and he goes to shake Cyril's hand, and I'm like, oh no. I was like, does he think? I was like, well, maybe he's just like, oh, good first series, you know, let's get into the next one. But then he started walking to the trophy, and I was like, no! And then he lifted it. I was like, oh my god, all I can do is laugh. I actually, like, looked, I visually, like, turned my head and looked away. I was like, I actually can't watch this. True car wreck in slow motion. Oh, it was actually cringe. I actually couldn't watch it. Even watching it back, I feel so... it feels horrific, man. You think this killed his flow and that's why he lost? I do think, honestly, my biggest issue with I already talked a lot about not liking the reset match, but I do not think you can have a 15-minute break between the reset match and the next best of 3. You know? I think it's 15 minutes to watch replays and think about how you're going to completely undo what you're playing. Like, it's just, that's not how StarCraft series work, you know? I was actually thinking about this more because I see a lot of people do like the reset match. I think if you really want to do a reset match, you can't do best of 7 into best of 3. I think that's what makes it feel really bad, is that you're going from like a really long series to like a really short series. I think that, because like there's just no like continuation of it, right? Like, I think that's the part that feels silly. If it was like 2 best of 5s, I think that would be a lot more okay and feel a lot better. I still don't like it personally for StarCraft, but I think then it feels a lot better. But I think going from a best of 7 to a best of 3 is kind of silly. Yeah, but obviously it's best of 3 because time constraints, I guess. StarCraft 2 matches can be long. Best of 7s can be 2 hours long. You know? So, yeah. I think if you don't have time to do... But I also think 2 best of 7s is too much as well. Like, when we had Zao and Clem in Stellarfest, I think best of 7 into best of 7 reset match is also crazy. Like, playing back-to-back best of 7s is rough. So, yeah, I think if it's a bracket reset, I think it has to be, like, best of 5 into best of 5. Or something along those lines. Thanks, end up. Stemming the +1 coming through. Charge on the way. Gates, Forge, Robobay coming up as well. Just taking some time here on lockdown. Not too much happening with MaxPax 1-0 up in this best of 3 semi-final. Cyril beat your hero earlier though, so you should get something. What if Cyril beat hero earlier, but then they play again in the lower bracket final or something? Should Cyril have an advantage then because he beat hero earlier? And then you're like, well, Cyril also lost another series. Yeah, I mean, the problem is like all the arguments for the reset match, I feel like are very situational. I mean, like I say, it's an okay way of doing things, really. I'm probably hating a bit too much, but I don't like the best of 7 into best of 3. I think it's too much of a difference. Yes, that was a Cyclone grab on the Observer. Nice catch from Bjorn. We don't need to go discussing the ins and outs of reset matches again. Just gonna see Stimpack, Combat Shield +1. All built up. That Prism coming through. Step down, Tank's Battalion going to just chase the few Stalkers getting pushed away. We're going to see the Command Center coming down to a third base position as well. He's going to put that orbital into location. MaxPax has already got his 4th finishing. That seems to be the general trend that we've seen so far. As this has been not a super inactive game, but I mean, it's been a very low amount of units killed. There's been very low movement out on the map so far as well. So a lot of setting up still. 8 minutes into this one. We're going to see a lot of games like this that just feel that little bit slow to get on the way and to get going with the worker change. So yeah, we just chill and we just wait. We'll get some excitement here soon, I would imagine. There's no perfect way to do a final. Yeah, I just think if you qualify for the grand final, you should just be qualified for the grand final. Upper bracket gets a seed advantage or something for map picks and stuff. Yeah, I just think, like, it makes a better grand final person overall. Am I vibing with the Brood War music after Maestros? No. It's better now because it's not as loud, but some of the tracks are very... They're still louder than other tracks, which makes it very hard for the audio to always be balanced. Like the big one, the one I complained about during Maestros, that apparently everyone got super triggered by me not knowing, was the Brood War OST or whatever. Like, every time this comes on, it's too loud, and it's super distracting from the game sounds. And there is some SE2 soundtrack that does this as well, but now there's more music tracks I think that are too loud at the moment. But yeah, I mean, it's a little bit better. I think it's a bit better now. But there's some of the tracks I still think are quite abrasive to listen to during the game. So yeah, I'm a bit more into it, but I still just, like I say, it's not really a big issue. It's just something to get used to. We've been listening to the same music during StarCraft games for 15 years or something, right? Like, it's always going to sound weird if something you're unfamiliar with loudly comes blaring over what you're used to hearing, you know? MaxPax is going to start pressuring. Bjorn has decided to take this approach of sitting back and not trying to do much of anything. So MaxPax takes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so going up to 7 bases right now. And starting to pressure in. As Disruptor Shot fires through, Tank and a few Marauders going to get hit. Let's go down. And again, we just have Gun just probably happy to just be living through this right now. Like he's going to try and get through. That's a good Disruptor Shot. Felt like Bjorn didn't even try and move back out of that one. And Bjorn has just dropped like 30 supply without really fighting back at all so far. Vikings going to keep going. Colossus is going to be taking some more damage. Stalk still pushing through. Ghosts are just going to be there. Those ults keep dropping down. We are going to have ourselves this Bioforce still holding out. Tank Shot is good. Disruptor Shot's going through as well. Continue to fire by for a little bit here. Prism in the main base, put in some work. MaxPax's supply is dropping, but he's also got 3,000 minerals to rebuild with, so I would imagine that's going to be a factor as we see Snipes coming down. That one Viking is very close to removing the Colossus from the game. The Marauder takes a shot at it as well, but the Colossus still lives. Has an extra round of Zealot showing up from MaxPax. He might really just benefit from stepping back for a moment and just letting the fact that he's killed 28 SCVs really sink in. You know, spend his money, let that eco advantage come through even further. Right now, being here feels like you're giving Bjorn a chance to take a better army fight. Because this is a fight where Bjorn has significantly more than MaxPax. And if nothing else, MaxPax is going to lose a bunch of units trying to retreat away. Turns back into it, is quite Marauder heavy, so the Zealots do alright. But like I said, I think MaxPax just needed to leave and just let some of his tech come back online. Let some of that money be spent. Let some of those workers continue to provide the income advantage. Nine bases at 12 minutes. Can we please stop rage baiting the chat? It's actually only 8 bases. Alright, these freaking pros. Trying to get reactions from the Terran players all the time. Unbelievable. EMPs on the Zealots. I like that EMP animation. It's really cool. This stuff has been a good war, man. These Zealots are just winning this fight. They have an attack upgrade lead here. They're not winning the fight, but I think they win the efficiency war in that fight. Obviously, you know, Terran is what's left over, but there's no way you don't look at that as a win. Good EMPs go down. MaxPax doesn't even care if he's playing without shields in each and every one of these engagements. It's just one-sided. As Gun says GG. MaxPax 2-0. I don't like these kind of games, guys. I don't like these games where it's like 8 minutes. The thing is, one of the things about 8 worker starts, I think, obviously, is that, like, we had beforehand when you had a very slow game, at least by 8 minutes, stuff was beginning to happen even in a slow game. Now it's just like, it really exaggerates if nothing happens, like, nothing happens. It's going to take some getting used to. You're going to hear me complain a lot, I'm sorry. MaxPax into the finals. Business as usual for him. But he will play a Zerg in that finals. So we'll see how that turns out, as it will be Shun or Solo with the second semi-final coming up in a moment. Protoss win. Yes, PvT is pretty much the same as before in the patch. It's a little bit more Terran favored early. Is what we're seeming to find. Again, so maybe a little bit exaggerated, but generally speaking, it seems very similar. I'm excited for Home Story Cup. I've already tried to argue with Home Story Cup that we should get rid of the reset match in Home Story Cup, because there ain't no way, there ain't no way Sunday is not going to go until 4 AM in the morning with this slower pace of game. You try to argue about the format the last 2 or 3 times now. Yeah, it's even is the format is it top 8 single elim then top 4 double elim still? Is that? Yeah, I think Home Story Cup has more more issues than the reset match, to be honest. Top 8 single elim is brutal. This is this silly? I actually think they should just do top 8 single elim, and then you just cast every match. I actually think it would be better than, yeah. I actually think it would be better. Because we don't even cast everything in Home Story Cup now because we don't have enough time, because it's double elimination. I actually think just straight 8-player elim is better. Every match is super exciting. It's really weird when it's like the semi-finals are suddenly double elim. I like The thing is, it's like, it's not even more StarCraft, right? Because like what we double cast 2 quarters, so 1, 2, we double cast semis, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's 7 matches whichever way you do it. So the only thing is you basically get more Serral Clem games because Serral and Clem are going to be in the top 4, and one of them will have to probably play some lower bracket as well. All right, getting into this matchup, guys, between Solar and Shin here in just a second. ZVZ time. Why does YouTube keep forcing you anime girl mobile games? It's based on your watch history, I think. So you tell me. Shin and Solar are ready. It looks like everyone's in here. Let's go into our second semifinal. All right, let's jump into it. In the top right-hand side. In the top right, our blue Zerg is going to be Shin. Shin has made it to 4 WardiTV Monday finals, looking for his 5th today. This would also be Shin's first final since July of 2025, where he went to the finals 2 weeks in a row. For that, you have to go all the way back up to WardiTV Mondays 7 in 2024. Shin lost to MaxPax. And of course, Shin was WardiTV Mondays 2 champion over MaxPax, and that was an epic 3-2 back then. He takes on Solar, who is here competing to go into his 7th WardiTV Monday finals. He's had a couple against Clem. Obviously, he's out the way. It would be against MaxPax today. He's had an epic against MaxPax before as well, to be fair. So you got this best of 3 up and running. Solar in that bottom left, Shin in that upper right. Trying to find Inu. And away we go. Games should start with 24 workers spread randomly between the players. Games should start with 24 workers, but the faster you veto, the more workers you get. So we won't sit around waiting for the 5-minute veto process for some of these guys anymore. That would be some real upgraded gameplay. I bet we see some real fast vetoes then. Well, we take a few moments, guys. We are gonna have a very viciously finishing hatchery on the side of Shin. A couple queens coming up from him. Solo's much faster to the extractor, by the way, so he is going to have gas a lot sooner. That came at the consequence of his hatch being a bit later as well. So some slight differences early between the two already. This is not one of those days where we say mirror and just yell it. See, it's very similar overall, but timings have been different so far. Speed coming up. Now going to see the Eva chamber and a couple of drones coming through. Drone's going to get to mining on both sides of me. Good to see where this goes. Gatlings pull out to the side again. Link speed's about halfway done. It's taking a few moments. Again, Hatch just going to be chilling. Carapace upgrade coming in on the Evo chamber. That link speed coming up. A few more drones building Evo as well. I have the Evo chambers, the Rotron setting up. Link speed and the Carapace coming through. Rotron, Hatchery, drones, and the Carapace building on the other side. So both players choosing for the Carapace. Shin is going to go Carapace, Link Speed, and even now Melee upgrade as well. Wow, so Shin getting double upgrade. Solo already has Link Speed again. It was faster gas from him initially. Obviously, the setup from Solo looks as though he's going to play Ling Roach. So Shin's building the Roach run, but because he's got the third Evo chamber in the back, that's actually researching, well, that's someone actually researching Carapace. But he makes this look like he's just walling and kind of playing into Roaches. So the Ling count's going to be a surprise from Shin. But Solo, like I say, is going to play Ling Roach. And I mean, if you play Ling Roach, he should have a decent way to get units up against this anyway. But a big question of this will be how much do we drone Solo? If you over-drone here, you could end up in a pretty rough position. He's 7 ahead right now, going to be 9 ahead with 2 more finishing. And these Lings start to come across the map. Like I say, it's going to be Carapace upgrade a bit sooner from Shin as well. So you'll have a bit of a better fight there. Solo actually just force Shin to turn around for a second. The Roaches are coming up. Holding the third base is going to be one of the big question marks. Now, Shin's only just taken his third hatchery. He's going to get missile upgrade started behind this for his own Roaches. So he is looking for the transition. Let's see what Solo can do over here. Like I say, the Roach on its own is not great. Units want to be gathered up to try and minimize surface area. And we are fighting this with the Carapace disadvantage. A couple of Queens on the left side helping where they can. Morphs that Ravager on the Roach on the right. That's great to keep it alive. I actually think this is just a great defense all in all. Solo is going to find himself with just the right units to deal with this. And now has a supply lead about to even up the upgrades and the worker lead in his favor as well. So he is just ahead through and through. A defense made, even going to start working on an Overlord here of Shin. Solo looking good at the moment in this game. One last starts from both players. Yeah, the issue from... Well, I guess what's interesting here is that obviously Shin is going to finish Melee, but does he have enough Lings for Melee to even be that worthwhile now? He's building missiles, which, like I say, suggests that we're going to go into Roaches eventually. He's actually building just another massive round of Lings at the moment. I just don't know if it's going to be enough to truly take a fight. Like I say, with Melee, maybe there's something of a chance. But we have a couple of Ravagers, that's good damage output. We've got Lings in front to protect the Roaches too. As long as those Roaches and Ravagers are not getting fully surrounded, this seems pretty decent. Well, this is where it may be pretty decent from Shin, because like I say, this Roach Ravager gets surrounded. It's a little bit of a different scenario. Like the Corrosive Bowels, moved a bit to force Shin's Lings into the Corrosive Bowels. It just doesn't matter. Lost a Ravager and otherwise. I feel like the Roaches that were lost there were extremely minimal still. We haven't lost a Roach in the game still. Yikes. Just the one Ravager. That's absolutely nuts. Well, Roach speed starts from both with the left finished. I mean, Shin is ahead on upgrades. He's got a missile upgrade advantage, basically. He can start +2 if he has the gas, but he doesn't have the gas right now. Again, he's being limited on drones, so he's not exactly, in a position to mine tons of gas and to get that +2 started, while also having to respect the fact that Solo's ahead on the Roaches, so he's being kept in a pretty rough position there. Ling's coming about again. Roach is coming through. Roach speed coming about as well. Roach is going to going across the other side again. Roach speed is about to finish. Going to finish a moment sooner here from Solo, who is about to have his own +1 missiles. So upgrades will be evened out. And Solo is walking into this with a 40 army supply lead. Shin's also out of position with a bunch of his Roaches. this isn't good, because running into the natural here to buy time for these roaches on the left just means he's basically playing with choke points that don't exactly favor him. GG. And that's going to be Solar up 1-0 in this best of 3. All right, Solar up 1. And I'll just have to run ads, guys, just in case we do end up with a longer game, so excuse me for running ads. Running 3 minutes between game 1 and 2 of a ZVZ feels criminal, but, yeah. I don't know what the other map is. Rainfall. Cool. Solar's telling me to post any map, and I'm like, I don't know which ones were unvetoed. Like, saying any map does not help me because I don't know. Yeah, Solar's eager to go. He's spamming the lobby link. Dude's upset that the Monday Cup's lasting 4 hours instead of 3 this week. Alrighty. Yeah, I gotta say, great for the stream time. And the tournament's just gonna last a bit longer. Take those. Go, 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 go. Send it into Solar Shin. Map number 2 get with Solar on a 1-0 lead. Top left-hand side, we're going to kick off with our player who is down in game. It is going to be the blue Zerg player, Shin. In bottom right side, our red Zerg is Solar. Couple dronies on both sides, getting started up. Nothing too crazy just yet. I'm coming across again. Pool's coming up. It's pool first a piece. Pool first probably going to be a bit more popular at the moment, I think, because the dangers of the 10 pool and so are pretty high. So I think we'll probably see a good mix of pool first, and just because we probably want to try and, like I say, keep people from feeling super easily able to just constantly decide that it's going to be time to throw down the early pool to try and get some early damage. Match coming up, gas on the way, drones and the queen in production. happy you get to see Zerg again. Just give it a week or two. I'm sure we'll find some way to make Zerg's life miserable once more. Things be coming up. Queen's on the way. Drones producing, like I said, taking a moment, but we got some Lings starting to go on the map. We're going to chase each other around a little bit. Bay Nest hatch coming through. Lings be coming up. The ledge is coming in from Shin, so he's going to go without the Ling speed straight to the left off the 2 bases. Something a little bit different from him. So we're going to get that Baneling Nest on the way through as well. Bring that around. Again, Hatcher on the 3rd base. Going to be using the lair coming through. Bunch of Lings. Ling speed the Baneling Nest done. So will be put some pressure on here. Obviously, you're up against a 2-basing player, so putting pressure on is a bit rough because if you run into a wall and you don't do anything, then you've built a bunch of units to achieve nothing, right? So yeah, that's always going to be the issue. You've also invested in a Baneling Nest, which is not going to do much either for you if you actually finished it, but we did not. So Solo cancels it. Gonna finish Ling speed, just going to go Carapace. As the left finishes up from Shin, let's see what he does. He's got like 300 gas, so kind of feels as though we're probably going to throw down the Spire pretty quickly, and there it is. I mean, 300 gas is not your average, like, oh, I'm just going to start up a roach speed and a couple roaches and, like, take my 3rd base. Like, no, this is not the economical 2 base into Roachy taking the 3rd scenario. Spire halfway done again. Ling speed coming up. Extra Lings on the way. Ling Roach producing. Carapace coming by. And yeah, guys, finals will just start when this series ends. See a couple people asking. And it will be best of 5 as usual in the Monday Cups. No surprises, nothing weird. Nothing crazy there. A couple Queens is going to hold those Lings back. Again, Spire's about to be done. Ling speed's still building up. The Mutants on the way through. 5 of them building right now. Let's see what these Mutants can get up to then. Solar has a lack of knowledge about this. 3 Queens. Building into a ton of Ling Roach. I mean, the Ling Roach will try and attack, but it's going to keep the Mutants back defensively. Can it do enough overall? Solar will have to use this time to either set up himself some defense. I mean, the Mutants show themselves, so we're already going to start getting muted damage out on this army, so Solar's going to start losing units fast. Like I said, the Mutants are just going to be constant damage output you can't deal with. The first Ravager morph does get cancelled, actually. It's a bit of gas down the drain to try and break through the front. We want to break through quickly so we can get the Lings in for their full potential of wrapping around. And we go. The Roach Ravager needs to step up and do as much as possible here. Queen's going down. We need to start getting rid of these Spine Crawlers. You can't afford to let Spine Crawlers deal damage in this. First Spine Crawler goes down as it's about to shoot. Second Spine Crawler looks as though it will start to deal damage as well. There's still so many Lings of Soul that are just caught up at the front. The Mutants are focus firing the Roaches, but there are so many Lings of Solar that I still feel like he's got some opportunity to do a bit further here. There's Lings that are going to spawn from Shin, but they're spawning a few at a time, which means they're going to get surrounded and killed off very quickly. How much damage can we do as Solar? He needs to get some drones in this. The Mutants are long-term going to mean that you will essentially be able to, clean up. So we need damage right now as Solar begins a melee upgrade. He starts a lair. He starts another Queen. I just don't think this is enough. Equal drone count, and your opponent already has a bunch of Mutants on the map. Does not feel good for you here as Solar, and it looks as though Shin is going to have a very good chance of taking this through to a game 3. Feels like this was more than good enough of a defense so far. I mean, obviously there's no 3rd hatchery from Shin yet, but he has now complete and total map control. He can get rid of all of Solar's overlords that are on the map still. You've got the Mutants to deal with counters. Obviously, if you're dealing with the counters, maybe you can't get aggressive with the Mutants, but generally speaking, this is not ideal. Gonna be seeing a couple queens gonna shoot, gonna go after those mutas. Gonna gather around again. Moving around a little bit. I'm seeing the +1 missile on the carapace still coming over. We having ourselves the we're still chasing those lings around, taking a couple of seconds. We're gonna have the Infestus coming over. One more missile on carapace upgrades coming through that roach speed as well. Shin just getting himself set up on the follow-up. I mean, still having the mutas overhead is nice. Sola's in a better position than I thought he would be. He's obviously got to get an answer to those mutas. And the problem I think Sola really has is if Shin starts building roaches, Sola's army is going to be Ling Infestor apparently, and I just don't see how that wins the fight against the roaches effectively. Nice fungal. A couple spores. I mean, that's going to be step one towards dealing with the mutas, but again, what's our plan against the roaches? As the hive finishes, I have to imagine we're going to throw down an Ultra Cavern. And we're just going to send it into, like, Ultra Ling Infestor. It's obviously not a super common way to play. And there's the Ultra Cavern Star and the Adrenal Glands on the way as well. Link's trying to run back around. Roach still gathering up again. Adrenal Glands +2 carapace coming over. Gonna be having the roaches and the lings continuing out down to the bottom side. Just gonna shoot. Just gonna see a couple drones coming around. Gonna have the mutas obviously playing defense means that they're not over here, and so Solo's gonna get a Funkle off, try and get his lings into this fight. I'm not seeing it, guys. I mean, like you say, if we get the ultras up and so on, sure, but we're not at these ultras yet. You can drop all the fungals you want. The problem is every fungal you drop now on roaches is one less fungal available on the mutas, and the infestors are meant to be a big part of being able to deal with these mutalisks. So not great, as I think Shin just going to have enough to send us through to the game 3, as we were imagining was probably going to be the case. Massive fungal on this ramp. A few more corrosive battles coming down. The mutas are still going to make their way into this group of overlords here, and this Roach Ravager army still setting itself over onto this third base on the left side. GG's. Game 3 in our second semi-final. A real scrap to see who will get to face MaxPax in the finals today, as we are readying ourselves into this final map. I believe it's at Eternity's Edge is the final map we're in, which is a pretty big one. So let's get this hosted as soon as everyone's out of the game. So let's just in the replay for a second. We got straight into a game 3. Still ready. Shin ready for 8 casters. I feel like I had 9 casters before. I can't see anyone missing, so I guess we just send it. Cool. Let's go. Map number 3 of this best of 3 ZVZ, guys, kicking this off. Getting this started again. Thanks for joining us again, especially if you're on the YouTube. Hit a like, hit a sub. We really do appreciate it. We're on a bit of a YouTube hype right now, so just trying to overwhelm the algorithm into being like, holy doodles, WardiTV sounds great, and just basically being as powerful as possible. So hit us up with that. We appreciate it. As we get ready to go into this next map, guys. On the top left-hand side, our blue Zerg, bringing us to a third map here, is going to be Shin. Bottom right, our red Zerg is going to be Solar. New conspiracy theory, guys. They added the new music so we'd have something interesting to listen to in the first 3 minutes. There's a earlier pool from Shin, though, so he'll be setting up into that. We'll throw the hatch down in a second. I mean, the hatch first from Solo this time. Like I say, we've seen a bit of a mix-up in this series so far. Hatchery comes down. Shin is just going to be ready to get himself a couple lings on the go. And we'll get those across the map, and we'll see how well that can do against Solo's setup here in these next few moments. They added music and unrelated to that. Look, I'm trying to find some defense here, you know. I'm trying to He's gonna see a few lings. He's gonna go across. Hatch gonna get nibbled on. Fun fight. Solo's going to defend it though, and he's going to push those lings away. I would say a couple of drones low. Do we kill one at the end? No, that one did not go down. That's one drone and one ling for 6 lings. It's a beautiful defense from Solo. It's obviously a very strong start, and Shin misrallies a drone across the map too. That's a big chunk of his economy actually missing that just shouldn't be here, so unfortunately that is going to be a little expensive as well. Or Queens is going to be shooting those lings and take some shots. It's still going to come back, and the Queen just going to be there, hitting those lings a little bit further. We'll see Solo just putting some pressure on himself, trying to kill a drone, but apparently he actually targeted the Queen there, which I don't love quite so much. Lings gather. We do start to move out against our third hatchery already on the way from Solo. Shin is playing that little bit of catch-up, so you see a lot of things are even, like drone counts are pretty even and stuff, but Shin has not started the third hatch. So that's an investment he has to make still. Shin is also not invested into ling speed, so Solo will have ling speed. And that might be why Shin does not have a third hatchery right now. Because if you don't have ling speed, how are you going to, keep your third hatch alive against a guy who is going ling speed? Very similar to the previous game where if you don't open ling speed, the 2-base lair is much more common. Great scout from Solo, though. He sees what's going on immediately, so now he knows what's up. He has a choice to make. He's going to throw down a Rotron. He's already got an Evo Chamber halfway done of his own. And that's not just an Evo Chamber to wall with, as Shin's might be. Solo just going to send a Roachling attack. Is he going to attack up? Shin's going to opt for the melee upgrade. As you do see the couple lings being annoying, and a few other lings coming over from Solo. Not sure they'll do much. Maybe just poke at a Queen on the wall. Solo's going to start his own lair, so he's going to tech up himself. Maybe just tech towards a big Roach setup. And if Shin does go Spire and Mutas, at least Solo will have, the lair tech and so in place to work with that. And he'll have the rest of the army as well, so as he sets up some answers to the Mutas, the rest is not going to be so bad. Let's see, a couple queens going to be held there. It's going to have the +1s missiles coming up. Spire is on the way in the back of the main base. It's going to be bringing that in then. We kind of expected it, seeing the melee upgrade. Solo's going to be very happy sitting on the 3 bases, but again, he wants to make sure he doesn't get too ahead of himself. I wonder if he believes that this is already a Spire, which he might based on the previous game, but it's also not a guarantee. I wonder if he like just throws a Hydra Den down super early. The Lings at the front, sees the Lings with still no Ling speed, but he sees the amount of Lings, so you know it's going to be fairly Ling heavy initially. So the 53 workers is just building units, but now Shin's building units too, and if Solar attacks into this and Shin actually has a bunch of units, I don't think Shin is going to be able to, I don't think Solar's going to be able to do much. Solar's adding some drones as well though, so it's not just about an attack from Solar. Maybe he's also afraid of if Shin attacks with all those Lings and maybe some roaches behind it as well or so. Roaches, Lings heading down, so it's actually going to be Shin to come across the map, but like I say, this feels like more of a feint to get into the mutas, and Solar is going to drop the Hydra Den, so Solar's making the right choice with the Hydra Den, and I think he's got enough here. I mean, the melee upgrade is nice from Shin, it's going to give him a bit of an edge on the Ling portion of this fight, but the Roaches should be fine and getting into a good concave with more Roaches than his opponent. Solar is going to defend comfortably and still has that worker lead. And as he gets that Hydra Den done, we will start to have anti-air coming up and being available right off the bat against the Mutalisks, which is a big deal. Yeah, Shin is only just now finishing his 3rd base, so he has just been behind on Eco this entire time. And like I say, this time around, Solar really is getting himself answers to those Mutalisks to play a very different style of play here. So we're going to try and burrow at the front to give us a bit of a stance, like a bit of a holding position against the mutas that isn't just in the mineral lines. This couple of queens going to start putting some damage out. The first Hydra is about to show up. That will definitely inspire these mutas to turn back the other way. And Shin is building more mutas as well. So he is seeming to double down on the Mutalisk play for the moment, which I think you have to. I mean, okay, maybe he doesn't have to, because he could build more Roaches and start some Roach upgrades, but he would be playing basically Roaches into Roach Hydra, which is also not great. So the Hydra Queen is coming across. Fumita is going to get hit as well. Yeah, mutas still gather. Take a couple of seconds. Alien Nest coming in, a bunch of Lings coming through, those extra mutas and the +1 flyer attack upgrade. Roach Hydra and Groove Spines coming over, just going to get the Hydras there to push the mutas back around on the bottom left. The Lings are going to gather up as well. Still getting a bunch more of this ready to go as the +1 flyer attack is still settling in to play at the moment. We're just going to dive through. We got a bit of damage done already. Yeah, the Hydras and the Roach is just going to be there as well. Continue to chase this about a little. Hydras and Roach is coming back along. Again, the mutas trying to fly back in. Hydras gonna get picked off, 3 of them or so, but the mutas are not exactly having a great time. The counterattack of Shin on the bottom will be fun, because that's going to tell us whether Solar has to pull back or not. If Solar doesn't have to pull back and he can just go across the map, I think this is going to be very difficult. I mean, Shin is probably correct to play for some kind of a base trade. The Spore Crawler are getting multiple low HP mutas, though. And we're just going to pull units back towards this mineral line. Like I say, it's not like Solar is not going to do damage himself on the other side. Shin starts morphing 20 Banes. Okay, what if the 20 Banes crash into all of the Hydras and then the mutas actually can just win the game from here? It's not an impossibility. Solar obviously will do a lot of damage. 20 Banes finishing up. Bane speed will be done soon. Solar starting to clean up the ground. Offense on the other side of the map. It'll just be the mutas remaining. He's killed a lot. I think even if the Banes crash in at this point, Solar's just going to be able to rebuild so much more comfortably. 50 supply lead, up a bunch of workers. Here are the Banes. Solar will see them right now. What can we do about this? Try and run away. Try and leave some of the Roaches in front. Now, Solar's supply will plummet here, but to be fair, the thing with Banelings as well is they're a one-use thing, so it's not like Shin wipes this army out. Oh, we're going to lose the hatchery too, that's sad. It's not like Shin wipes this army out and has a ton of units to then continue with, because he used a ton of units that have a one bang and they're done to kind of get the job done, right? So using all those Banes makes it rough, and like I say, I think the biggest factor would be if he has enough mutas now to come across the map and fight against someone who doesn't have Hydras, but alas, there are Hydras here, and so Shin's position does not seem to look okay, especially down the base. Long term, he's not looking good, and short term, it doesn't look like he's dangerous. So it feels as though Solar probably has done enough to get us through to a Game 3 victory, and hence a finals against MaxPax on this beautiful new patch. Hydra's going to keep going. Spore Crawler putting some more damage out. Mutas chase back away up the right-hand side. And a bunch of drones going on either side. The Lings and the Infestors coming through, the Queens as well. I mean, as long as you've got Mutas, you should try here as Shin. I don't doubt that. Mutas always give you like a little bit of hope, but the lack of a hatchery is but brutal. I mean, he's building Lings. I think he's just going to go for one attack and just try it. I think it's fine. I see the fantasy GG timing in chat, but I actually do think he's fine to give it a go. Like, Mutas are weird. Sometimes they work wonders. I think you're fine to give it one big oomph to try and wrap this up. And we're still just building Lings and Mutas. He is actually going to rebuild the hatchery. I think you should just send it, though. I mean, Solar's not going to be so afraid of you for so long that you're going to get a hatchery up and probably mine it again to come back in this game at all. Good fungals. Hydra's just going through. GG's the Shin. That's going to get it done. Solar 2, Shin 1. Solar MaxPax finals. And Solar goes to his 7th ever WardiTV Monday finals. Last time he was in the finals was against MaxPax. In fact, the 2 previous times he was in the finals, WardiTV Mondays 75 and 78, was a versus MaxPax final for Solar. And in each of those, MaxPax came out the victor, 3-1 in 75, 3-2 in 78. Those were both earlier this year in February and March. He has beaten MaxPax in the finals before. WardiTV Mondays 59 in November was the win for Solar. That was a 3-2 victory. That one was epic. That one was an awesome series. And so those other finals have been against Clem and Hero. So yeah, Solar 3-3 all-time in the finals. MaxPax, a win today will put him back to being the most winning player in WardiTV Monday history. And we are setting ourselves up for that ZVP in just a few moments. Kicking this off in a moment. Just obviously have to hop servers back on over to NA and get this finals ready to go. Solar versus MaxPax. Best of 5, new patch. As Solar looks to give us our first Zerg victor in the WardiTV Mondays in a long, long time. Since he won it in December. Yeah. It's been a it's been a hot second. It has been a hot second. Again, guys, just a reminder. Actually, I'll wait till the ads are done, and then I'll make this reminder. MaxPax AFK. Solar BRBing. Yeah. These guys approaching the Vetoes. Like, the Vetoes have an 8-worker start as well. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Did I talk about my opinion on the 8-worker start yet? Yes. A lot. A surprising amount, in fact, I think. Crazy business. I'm a little 8 worker start enthusiast. I enjoy the new Patreon segment. Yeah. The Patreon, sponsored by 8 workers. You gotta have some fun with it, guys. Like, it's in the game. We can't really do anything else about it anymore. It is in the game. Sure, we'll be doing up shortly. What was I going to say? I was going to say something that I completely forgot. Oh, yes. I'm going to be doing something a little bit different today for the replay pack because this is our first tournament with the patch, and I know a lot of people are obviously eager for replays and they're not super available from the new patch. We will be posting the replay pack as the tournament ends on Patreon and in the Discord channel for subs. So if you do want access to today's Monday Cup replays, and it's not just what we've casted, we'll be gathering all the replays off of the from the other casters as well. So any match that anyone has casted today in the Monday Cup will be going into the replay pack, and so you can get your hands on replays if you want to try and check the new builds, the pros and stuff, and what they're doing, and so on and so forth. Again, that's available to subs or $5 plus Patreon memberships. Patreon being a fantastic place to support, because if you support on Patreon, it goes directly into supporting the players. It allows us to run more StarCraft 2 tournaments in the future. So do check this out on patreon.com/WardiTV. Again, the more support we get on Patreon, the more prize money we can put out to the players, the more tournaments we have, the more players get to keep on playing StarCraft. It is generally a good thing. So come check it out. Like I said, there'll be a Patreon post later with today's Monday Cup specific replay pack, and then also, like I said, I'll go in the Discord as well if you're just a Twitch sub or so. Check that too. They need me to host. What server is it today? It's West Central West Regrace. So Sanctuary to start us off. As an Autosis watcher, you love the 8 worker start. You have time to send creative text donations now. But I mean, that would imply Autosis was playing StarCraft 2. Question mark. I think we've got a faker in the chat. Poured out. Second map, Blackrock. Third map, waiting to decide. What's the non-biased take right now in pros? Everyone says Toss is unviable and trash, but MaxPax still farms Clem 7-0 and is here in the finals. The issue is more PvZ. PvT is very similar, but I also don't think MaxPax has played Clem on the new patch much. Maybe he has in some other tournaments. Yeah, maybe he has in some other tournaments, but just trying to figure out the map situation, guys. Soul's gonna leave the lobby so you can see them again. But yeah, I mean, PvT genuinely does seem to be a bit better for Terran early, and very similar mid to late game. Alright, jumping into Sanctuary for map number 1 as we get this on the way. And we get this started up. Clan MaxPax to the finals here last week. Yep, that was old patch. Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm not sure if Clan MaxPax played since the new patch, but obviously maybe they played on ladder and stuff, and MaxPax has been streaming a bunch, so it is possible. Alright, let's jump in, guys, as we have ourselves in the bottom left-hand side of WardiTV Monday's finals. It is edition 93, and we have a Zerg in the final. First time in a hot second, first time in a good few editions. Will he be bringing the first Zerg victory to the tournament in 2026? Let's find out. In the bottom left, our red Zerg player is Solar. In the top right, our blue Protoss, MaxPax. Probe blocks hatchery force to the other location. As we see MaxPax throwing down the gateway. 1 minute deep in this game. On Sanctuary, obviously best of 5 grand final here today for this WardiTV Monday. We'll see if Zerg truly is OP. Solar, has he played much on the patch in ZVP is my question. Give me a second to have a look. This is the worst part about the new music, is that I don't know the new music to do along to. Very sad. Who am I looking for on a Lickalax? Solar, I was interested in. Solar, 2 odd mana today, 2-1 Showtime in OSC Championship. I want to say that's probably old patch. Pick a Soul Cup. Doesn't really have a lot of ZVP on record. So 1-3 WardiTV Spring Championship. Yeah, doesn't really have a lot of previous ZVP on record in the patch, so it'll be interesting to see Soul's approach. See if he's able to take advantage as we expect to. Again, a lot of the thoughts behind ZVP or PvZ and the issues are basically because Warp Gate is more expensive to get into, you're removing a lot of the pressure early to mid-game from Protoss. And as such, if you're removing that pressure, the Zerg can drone a lot more freely than they were able to before. That on top of the fact that the Zerg has a bit more access to lava means that they can kind of go through the drones very quickly while also getting units up to deal with a couple of things the Protoss can send your way. And that seems to be the general consensus of, like, it's just difficult to play this matchup right now on the Protoss side. So we'll see if that happens. Probe coming back to the upper right, the Adept heading down the bottom left. Just going to have the Adept Warp Gate, Stargate all coming through again. Link speed and a few Lings on the way in. We'll see what Solar's approach is going to be here. As he is just going to have those few Lings popping, continues to drone, and we'll have the Stargate from MaxPax. In terms of the builds and kind of what the builds look like, the builds, generally speaking, you know, and the broader strokes of things are very similar to what we saw pre-patch, at least from what I've seen in PvZ. Glaives is still an option. Some people have been trying to play a bit more Sky Tossy, but a lot of people are still just playing kind of into the Oracles, into Blink, and just kind of going from there and just trying to figure out that style still. So has not been much of a shake-up in the meta in that regard, as we just have a couple of Adepts stepping over. Link speed is about to finish. Again, we got a couple of depths just out the front, so far Soul's defense has been good. Wants to try and keep up with that. Obviously, do not want to give MaxPax too many edges in the early game. The Oracle out, going to come across the map. A slower Oracle than some of the Oracles we saw earlier. We saw an Oracle that hit 415 earlier. This is going to be an Oracle coming across the map for 430. Solar's just going to run into the natural. That Adept's going to get surrounded. The Oracle has to turn around. It's a great time to show up because, like I say, the Oracle is halfway in production and the other one's halfway across the map. So, great time to show up with these Lings. And for any damage that those probes are finding, these Lings are just about equalizing it out. So, undoes the damage of these Adepts over here, while also, like I say, forcing the Oracle home, forcing Oracle energy to be used means like there's less chance that the Protoss does damage on the other side of the map as well with the Oracles. So for Solar, this is already a fantastic few moments in these early stages. A couple more Lings show up, which I don't know if Solar needs to keep committing units through, but if nothing else, these Oracles are still activated and they're still using energy while cleaning these Lings up. So again, it takes the Oracles away from going across the map for a bit longer, giving Solar even more time to just be droning and not taking damage off these Oracles. Spores and Queens should be well set up by the time these Oracles do finally arrive in the near future. Two Oracles coming down, just going to get a creep jammer. Queen going to be firing. Again, Lair coming up, drone, Lings, Queen coming through. Twilight Council and a couple of gates continue to build. Oracles gather around. There's Lair building from Solar with the fourth hatchery coming into plays. Obviously, MaxPax took himself into a third Nexus pretty quickly, so Solar can very easily go to fourth hatch really quickly as well. Not going to be much pressure coming through. The blink starting now from MaxPax, so when that blink finishes, you're going to be able to get some more action going on. You know what, guys? It could be worse. PvZ could have reverted back to a Forge Fast Expand meta. Those really were the days. Forge Fast Expand into the +2 blink timing at 11 minutes. Oh, that was the beauty. That really was the pinnacle of nothing happens. This is why I hate PvZ so much. I'm genuinely scarred from casting. PvZ is where we literally wait for 10 minutes before anything takes place. At least now we've got Adepts and some Oracles fighting around. Oh, and that's going to be having the few Lings wrapping around. Stalker going to get picked off. Stalker falls. Again, Blink still coming up. A few Stalkers hitting that left side. The Ling's going to back away a few moments. +1 missiles and the extra Lings coming through. Stalker's still shooting. A few Lings going down. Units up the top side. The Ling's backing away from Solar, but still around to kind of pressure onto that base. Oh, that's a bit unfortunate on that stasis ward. Catching the bottom left Lings when he sent the two Lings around the top to pop it. And those Lings on the bottom left was a bit too close, unfortunately, as the Solar's getting that hatchery very, very low. Obviously, we do not want to lose this. We do have transfusions. As I was going to say, he might be waiting a little bit to drop the transfusions, because there may be an argument to be made where it's like, okay, well, maybe we don't drop the transfusions until like last second. We try and bait these Stalkers into a bad fight. These pokes from the Protoss are definitely weaker now, as these Lings nearly get the fourth, but it's going to be kept alive. These pokes from the Protoss are definitely weaker, because this is one of those moments where I definitely think the lava comes into play. A few more units able to kind of commit through and get on top, having a few drones a bit more easily as the Zerg just depowers these pushes onto the fourth base from the Protoss a little bit and makes it a bit easier for the Zerg to survive through to that fourth, and so Solar keeps it alive. Hydrogen now pumping Hydras. Baneling Nest coming online. Overseer into the main base. Going to see the Stalkers and the Oracle around the top side. Lings, Queens, Hydras gathering up. +1 missile upgrade coming through. The Ling's looking to get around the back. Just going to try and pop that stasis, but the Stalker's blink back to defend the stasis. Pops it nicely now. Hydra's make this a much different scenario, make it a lot easier to really deal with this. Obviously, Hydra's putting damage out on the Stalkers more consistently will be a major boon to the Zerg. 73 drones are up, and Solar's very ready to go. Lingbane Hydra across the map, I would imagine. MaxPax's tech is still fairly limited here, right? There's no Temple Archives down just yet, so just charging +2 on the way. But this Hydra count is going to be growing, and I'm a little afraid that MaxPax is going to be trying to defend this with Zealot Stalker, basically, when Solar's going to be close to maxing out in Lingbane Hydra, and obviously just mostly right now is likely waiting for the speed upgrades before he really starts sending it across the map into some more of this aggression. Like, I just don't understand what MaxPax's plan is here. Like, surely we can't expect to be continuing to trade off of pure gateway units as this Zerg army, gets teched up even further. What does the lava buff amount to? I think it's something like 0.7 lava per patch per minute or something, no? Did someone say that earlier? Seeing the Hydra's going to be there. Stalkers blink away. So yeah, it's like 0.7 hatch per minute. Two eggs every 3 minutes. There you go. So right now on 4 bases, you're basically seeing about 3 lava a minute already. It's going to be seeing Link Hydra splitting across a few units up to the upper left-hand side coming around as well. It's going to see the Hydras, the Lings, the Bane's still rolling through. Bane's looking to crash through in towards this base. MaxPax pulls back to deal with this. I mean, doesn't lose a lot of probes just yet, but we're not done yet. The Bane's actually near the probes, going to smash in for a few extra. The Hydras are there on the left side as well to continue chasing the Stalkers. They've already now blinked away. Reinforcing Stalkers are going to walk into the Hydras that are left over here as well, and MaxPax is bleeding out as Solar has a whole bunch of stuff at the moment. How does he not have Storm yet? I don't know what MaxPax is trying to achieve, honestly. Like, this feels like a game where he should have been able to get to Storm, no? Like, it's not even that he's not close to it. Like, he doesn't even have a Temple Archives. I have no idea what MaxPax's thought process was. If he's just like, I can build enough gateway units to outmass the Zerg. Like, yeah, this game was very weird to me because I actually do think MaxPax was looking good enough to probably be in with a shot in this game or to be playing this game. But I don't think you ever win this against Lingbane Hydra this deep without splash damage, right? And the fact he's not even like, it's not even like Storm is like 10 seconds away, a minute away. It's not even being considered. Seems a little bit nutty. He's been on low gas. Maybe he was just like really desperate to like really swarm units, and so he just doesn't have the tech to get there. I guess is probably the best guess, because there's no way he's just like, whatever, don't need Storm, right? Yeah. All right, I've got to host the second game, guys. Second map is going to be Blackrock. Game 2 coming up in a couple moments. Central Game 2. Big map, Blackrock. I actually think this is another nice Lingbane Hydra map. Alright, players are ready. Nope. Players are ready to go. In the bottom left-hand side, our red Zerg player is going to be up a game in this best-of-5 grand final, looking to make us a first-time Zerg champion this year in the WardiTV Mondays. It is going to be our red Zerg, Solar. Top right, our blue Protoss is going to be MaxPax. Having one Zerg winning WardiTV is ridiculous. It's not even Cyril, man. It's crazy. Crazy. We actually talked about this over the weekend, how different some of the storylines might be if we actually had like Cyril and Reyno playing in some of the weekly cups a bit more frequently. I'll probe across the map to scout, and it's going to be too late to block a hatchery this time, so hatchery's already up, but MaxPax is going to run into the main base and try and cause some issues on the mineral lineup of these workers. Got some pool coming in, a couple of drones coming into place. Drone can chase that probe out of here. Have a drone nibbling at the probe for a few moments, and yeah, next to Cybercore both coming up. And first 2 to 3 minutes is going to be hard to talk about in PvZ, guys. It's the Patreon segment. If you are enjoying the games, get on over to the Patreon. Patreon.com/WardiTV. And patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of everything pledged goes directly into tournament prize pools and into the pockets of the players, which is the most important thing in StarCraft, because without the players, we do not have games to cast, believe it or not. So check out that Patreon page. Again, we'll put the little thing up on the left side. Check it out, support it. Supporting the Patreon is the absolute best thing you can do if you enjoy the content that's on this channel and want to see more games and more action coming from it. Things be going about. Again, hatchery coming through. Stargate going to be building from MaxPax. A couple of probes, the Stalker and the Warp Gate all coming into place. It's going to be having the Overlord chilling at the front. It's going to have ourselves the few probies on the way. This Oracle's going to pop in a couple of moments' time and get that on the way across very shortly. Screen going to meet the Adept for a couple of seconds. Going to shoot, Adept gets pushed around. And I'm just going to see the Stalker poking at that Overlord. And we do have the Oracle who's going to get an energy recharge. Stalker is pushing at that Overlord on the left side. The Fueling's is going to get up toward the top. Again, we have the Fuelings ready to run at this. The Adept is going to be there. Lings get turned away. Oracle's going to activate, and a couple more Lings getting picked off. And next is halfway through. Gateway producing, so just going to 3 bases. Oh, 2 more Stargates. MaxPax says, let's Sky toss it up. Because this is the meta we've been missing in PvZ. Oracle is going to activate, and we see the Fueling's going to get caught by that. Solar is going to go melee upgrade. Bane Nest on the way. Obviously, if you can put a lot of pressure on against the Stargates and see success. I mean, actually, I kind of like the Ling Bane against the Phoenix, because Phoenix don't do much against the Ling Bane. You can maybe lift up a bunch of Banes, but that takes away up a lot of lift energy, and that means that you're very limited what else you can do, right? So I think the Ling Bane has a good chance of putting work in here. The question is, how much can Solar do, and how well can he set up for the future when this stops being Phoenix production for MaxPax and moves more so into something along the lines of, you know, a Fleet Beacon and then some carriers or Tempest or so. Next, Phoenix coming through, just going to keep these producing out. Melee upgrade is about to be done in the next few moments from Solar. See the Ling's going to be there. Stalker's going to push back. The Phoenix going to go jump onto this Overlord. Phoenix going to get after those couple of overlords here. Where's the music gone, guys? Music's just disappeared. The Phoenix are going to get some shots. Obviously, high queen count helps here, but the Ling Bane on the other side is going to be disastrous. I was going to say, I was about to jump over because we're already fighting. 9 probes go down. The third might just die, honestly. Never mind, might just die. It is going to die. I mean, the Phoenix can't come back to defend this either. So MaxPax is going to lose his third base. Now, this is all not all lost, because Solo can't exactly end the game off the back of this, but then he builds a hydrogen, and there's a very good chance that he can maybe go from there. He's going to stick around. Overlord is still taking some shots. The Queen's chasing the Phoenix back over for a moment. Yeah, Gormald, thank you so much for the 57-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Queens. I'm just going to go jumping across. The Phoenix takes some more damage. I'm so thrown off that we've now got no music at all. Where's it gone? Flipbeacon coming up again, a couple of oracles in the voids. I mean, the problem is you just have 4 bases of Hydra production coming up soon. Phoenix are going to be very good against the first few Hydras when they're in low numbers, but if Solo can stabilize with these Hydras and get them clumped up, it's not like the Storm here from MaxPax that's going to, like, make it difficult for the Hydras to push in toward the air units, right? Tempest going through, Mothership coming up. Yeah, guys, I think we need to just stop in the chat, because I feel like we're just fighting. So, chill. Otherwise, I will delete some messages. I feel like we're just fighting at this point, so... yeah. 5 drones going down. Solar is, like I say, Solar's not got an insane economy or anything because the Phoenix have been able to do a lot, but the army supplies are similar. However, you've got to consider that the army supply consists of a bunch of Phoenix, which I do not think are going to bring much in a larger fight. Big question right now is... when are we going to go as Solar? Like, when are we going to commit? Because now MaxPax starts to get Tempest up. That's a little bit tough for the Hydras to deal with, and these Hydras don't have speed yet, so maybe we shouldn't be going before speed. Obviously, Tempest are able to fight from afar. It's funny because, like, Tempest don't typically feel good against Hydras, but defensively, they might be able to do some good damage over time, at least, if it takes Solar a while to truly commit in. Solar's going to think about it. He's now going to start Aspire, which is just a more consistent way to fight this air army. I think right now, if you just right-click the Nexus, then I don't think you can lose if you just build Corruptors against 2 base economy of the Protoss in this scenario, right? Because the Protoss still just can't afford to get to Storm at the same time, and as long as there's no Storm, I think Corruptors in general are going to be very difficult to beat. At least we're building the Void Rays. It's just not a great situation for MaxPax in the slightest right now. Tempest, Void Rays, the Mothership coming back over. It's going to be having the Spire on the way through. Like I say, it's going to be done soon from Solar. MaxPax is making a push. To be fair, like, pushing right now might give him a chance. Solar might have to give up a base, in all honesty. These few Hydras going to be in some trouble. So he needs to pull back, he needs to collect everything together, instantly start Corruptors when this Spire finishes, which is about to happen. Okay, that's kind of nice. We forced the Time Warp early. If MaxPax kills this base, Solar is okay with this, right? Because he can pull across to the new base that he's building. Like, this is fine. What is awkward is the positioning of this, right? The Hydras cannot help this engagement if this army, goes between the main and the third. Those links come out of a stasis, they're going to threaten the natural. They'd be better off just making sure the third base gets cancelled again. That would be pretty huge on its own. What's very scary here is that the Corruptors are going to spawn into this fight, and that's not what we love to see as the Zerg. We want to fight everything at once. The Spire is going to go down, so no more Corruptors can be made. We fly in, we have to fight the Mothership first because of the cloaking. We start to engage. Mothership is going to go down. MaxPax is going to drop the recall, so we'll just get a bunch of freebies. On the other side of the map, the Lings did not achieve anything. I mean, losing the Spire is not that big of a deal. I mean, the biggest factor there is the fact that +1 flyer attacks will be denied. But by losing the Spire, we kept this base up, so Solar actually gets to continue being a 5-base Zerg now that that right side base comes online as well. And MaxPax just now starting a 4th. That's going to be interesting to see if you can hold on to it, because it's going to be tougher than before with the Corruptors available. And like I say, still no Storms to really work through this either. just going to fight through pylon. Cannons taking some shots. Corruptors fly toward the main base. Voids are going to fly over. It's going to be seen as Corruptors pulling back. And of course, like spray, we cancel. And actually, never mind, cancel. It's a kill on the 4th base. Is the Caustic Spray good? No, the main Nexus lives. And the Corruptors realize they don't really want to be fighting Voids, so they're just going to run. Solo has a ton of money. He's just waiting for the Spider to finish again. What's that? New 4th base. This time it actually is a cancel. Still not allowing that to come up. As long as Solo, again, preserves the base lead, this looks pretty good for him. Forcing an Oracle to be used on these Lings. Just get a few more probes. Get another pylon before we're done here. Not quite. Good attempt, though. He's going to dive through. Corruptor's going to start diving forward. Tempest's going to be there. Phoenix and the Void Ray is coming back the other way. Corruptors continue to make their way back down the right side. 18 Corruptors coming up. 20 Zerglings. 4 Overlords, 3 Overseers. The Lings and the Hydra's going to dive through. Going to jump onto a cannon in the natural. The Hydra's get underneath the Void Ray. Battery healing. Just going to be seeing the Hydra's going to get turned around once again. The Phoenix lifting. All those Hydras getting wiped out. Still pushing through. As the Lings are going to come charging forward. We are going to turn that back around again. And again, 5 more Corruptors coming up. Plus 1 flyer attack on the way. The air weapons plus 2 from MaxPax. I mean, the supplies are still very good for MaxPax. I don't think this is going well for Stola somehow. I've had so much belief in Stola the whole time, but he needs to live through this next fight, no? 90 drones, economy is crazy. MaxPax's economy has been struggling. Stola needs to win a fight, though. Should he have made some spellcasters? Probably. Well, Parasite, Prismatic Alignment pops on all the Voids. That makes it a lot easier for Solar here, as the Lings, by the way, go for a bunch of probes. Makes it a lot easier for Solar because now the Voids are going to be on cooldown, so you're not going to have that massive buff to the buff damage to the Corruptors taking place anymore. It's going to kite back a little bit. The Queens are going to do what they can to get involved in this. Solar taking this fight. A couple of Void Rays still active. I mean, the Corruptors are continuing to do decently, but like I say, Void Rays are knocking them down. If that Corruptor count gets too low, it's going to be very scary. Re-engage in. We probably need reinforcements to show up here from Solar. 8 more Corruptors on the way. That's going to get pushed back. I think Solar just fell into the trap of... It's the typical trap. Protoss players should be losing this game. Everything's been bad for Protoss. Surely I can just make units and win. But Protoss armies are good at the end of the day, and that's what's going to bring this one back over. Lockdown going to be map 3 of this matchup. Get that on the go. If only those Corruptors were Hydras. At the end, yeah. It's funny, I feel like he needed Corruptors against the Tempest a little bit, but like towards the end, Hydras might have just been better. The problem is with this map is there's a lot of ledges the Protoss army can run back away from, so it's going to be really hard for those Hydras to actually get the wrap around this, right? What are you blaming the lazy Zerg? I mean, but I think that's the trap he fell into, you know? I think he just said this game is super good for me. The Protoss has not had an economy the entire game. So I just build units and I outmass him. But that's not how Protoss works. Protoss armies are too efficient. I would say that's because everyone's like, well, why don't you just build, like, Vipers? Well, because clearly he didn't think he needed it with the position he was in, you know? I don't think that's unreasonable take to have. And, I mean, MaxPax was putting some pressure on as well. To be fair, Solar's economy took a while to get going. And then, obviously, you know, we started donating some Corruptors as well. I think Vipers obviously would have done a lot. I mean, because that Void Ray army wants to typically stay clumped as well. The moment you start forcing those Void Rays to spread against, like, Parasitic Bomb, you get Corruptors that can fly in and not fight every Void Ray at the same time. You know, your big advantage there is the ability to kind of clump your Corruptors versus the army that has to spread. Then you have an advantage. So, yeah. I think he just genuinely did not believe MaxPax could have a good enough army because he's been denying his bases the entire game. That's the trap. I'm 90% sure that's the trap he fell into. I think he just completely underestimated the strength of the Protoss army. Obviously, this is also a situation where, like, it's also because of this, because MaxPax has no Storm. As long as there's no Storm, like Solar should be absolutely crushing this, I think, realistically. Where's our in-game music gone, guys? Have we just gone through the whole playlist and now it doesn't play anymore? You have to restart SC2? Ay, ay, ay. They broke the music, guys. Incredible. What's the difference between all in StarCraft 2 / Brood War? Probably nothing, because I've had it on StarCraft 2 and it's just been playing everything, apparently. I'll just add the music in, guys. We've got 3 minutes anyway. Do 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 do. Basically the same. Unfortunately, I can't do much more than that, guys. I might get DMCA'd for such a accurate rendition. Clip that. Sure. Don't think it was that crazy. Don't know how you guys listen to the same tunes for 10 years now. I mean, because the music's really good. It's quite easy, really. And also because it's not like you just sat there listening to the music. It's just it's an additional to all the game sounds and stuff, right? Blizzard's coming for Woody's Patreon. Oh no. They're gonna take away our tournament prize money. It's okay. I don't think Blizzard know that StarCraft 2 tournaments exist anymore anyway. It doesn't really matter. This is great. Like, nothing happens for 3 minutes, and they broke the music to at least that would have felt like now I actually have to talk about nothing. God damn it. They're like, this Wardy guy's gonna be real quiet and not talk, try and emphasize what the and now they're like they're gonna break it so I have to talk. Unbelievable. Just pull it up on YouTube. No, I'm not messing around tapping out on YouTube and finding a freaking StarCraft 2 playlist. Like, I'm not messing around. Like, I can't be bothered. Like, it's not my fault they broke the game. Well, it's not my job to fix it. These Lings are going to get in. A couple of times we've seen Lings early kind of getting forward and be threatening. You have the Oracle and a couple of Adepts going back out the front, and the Oracle just going to activate. A couple of Lings get turned around. We do have a bunch more drones coming up. The Oracle still producing through. I'm just going to be seeing the Queen. It's going to be finishing in a couple of moments. That hatchery on the way by as well. Oracle makes its way to the upper right-hand side. We are going to be seeing the Nexus and the Twilight Council both coming through. I don't even want to make the effort to play some music. Because it's not as simple as just, first I have to go to YouTube, I have to find a playlist that's long enough, and it's actually the StarCraft 2 music. Then I have to start playing it. Then I have to go onto the thing on my audio thing and put the music onto a thing, and then I have to balance the music so it's the right level. And then I have to hope that YouTube doesn't decide to randomly skip to a different playlist, because sometimes YouTube just does that, and start playing other random music in the background, while also casting the games. Believe it or not, I'd rather just not. Yeah. I'm so lazy, guys. I only organized the entire tournament today, casted it. God forbid I don't want to go through the course of adding some music that is unreliable in the background. Perfect gap filler for the game. Yeah. It's just getting interesting though. Stuff's dying. Lings get across, 4 probes go down. We actually kill a couple of stalkers, which is nice. I actually really am a big believer of reducing unit count is going to be a pretty big deal. As 9 drones go down, MaxPax into the main base with his adept going after a drone. Hydrogen is going to be on the way from Solar. So what, Blink's halfway. We should have Hydras already here to start dealing with this initial Blink time, and especially considering we lost a couple Stalkers, so MaxPax is not going to have that many Stalkers to initially push with as well. Coming down the trolls. We don't, I mean, as much as our StarCraft wants to tell you, we don't really ban people on the channel that much. I know. Crazy, isn't it? And he's going to run through. Actually going to catch a Stalker on the front battery. Doing some healing. Nice idea from Scylla, but he just doesn't quite have enough Lings to really catch. The battery being in range of that one Stalker you got to surround on is just fortunate enough, and the other Stalkers were nearby enough to take a turnaround. Like I say, Scylla's going to have Hydras up for these Stalkers arriving, so he's in a pretty good place. It is just purely Ling Hydra from him. He's going to have Hydra range shortly as well. That lets them trade a bit more easily onto the Stalkers. Stalker's going to shoot. A few of the Lings and the Hydras going down. Queen's pulling back as well. Blood Depths are just going to shade through. I'm just going to have ourselves the Lings coming back over. Queen's Hydra's going to push around. Just going to be seeing the charge and the +1 attack upgrade coming about. Results coming in. Lings are going to wrap around onto the Adept. 2 more Zealots. Just going to get caught as well. Zerglin's still chasing through. The Hydras are pushing over. These Hydras actually going to get very close to the Stalkers, and we are going to be seeing the Stalkers still pushing onto a Hydra or 2 as well. Solar able to chase this army of MaxPax away a little bit. +1 about to be done. Charge on the way. Solar is still 63 drones and just building unupgraded Ling Hydra. I think what's crazy is that MaxPax is not really looking towards Storm again. So this is not like, oh my god, MaxPax, he just has to hold the 1 minute until Storm is done. Like, he has to hold this off with pure Stalker Zealot the entire way through this defense. Like, Charge is going to be a little bit useful, but it just got contaminated, so Charge is not going to be a factor for a little while longer. It's going to give Solar a bit more time to kind of get through the Nexus. I mean, already killing this Nexus would be huge. A few Lings are going to hold up the Zealots in that mineral line. I actually like the Zealots being allowed to come into Hydra range, though. Save a couple of these Lings and maybe tank a bit further down the line. Double army supply for Solar. Charge is now going to get close to finishing. Hydra's just got their speed, so they can move in and out of this fight a bit more easily. The Stalker's blinking back that far is kind of giving up this Nexus. Another warp in of a few more Stalkers. A few Stalkers actually starting to go down as MaxPax lets them trail forward a bit too far. Solar trying to stay in this spread, and MaxPax just going to say, you know what, have it. Take the Nexus, and Solar's going to back away. The next step of this from Solar is probably just swing around the left side and just hit the other base. And we're just going to have a Stasis Ward in the front. Now he got popped by the Ling. Couple Lings in the back. Most importantly, pops the Stasis Ward, so now the Hydras can push through more aggressively. Another Stasis popped again. So none of these Stasis Wards seeing effectiveness right now. MaxPax is getting close to +2 attack. I'm looking for things that might save MaxPax here, but there's not a lot of them. A couple of Zealots in that mid-natural. Going to be getting caught. I mean, this is the issue now, is that you're basically a Solar going to ask MaxPax to come down and defend. Is that pylon the only thing powering that warp in? It is. So that's going to be even rougher for MaxPax as Solar continues to slow this down. Still doubled up on army supply and further. And we are just going to be seeing these Hydras continue to shove into the natural. Ling Hydra going to go up the ramp as well. I mean, more Stalkers warping in. MaxPax trying to find insane efficiency with these Stalkers. I think he's asking too much of the Stalkers. I wonder why he's not going into Temple Archives. Does he just think that if he tries to build templates, he just dies because he just straight up doesn't have the units? Because you got to think that obviously going into Temple Archives is not exactly free to do. And obviously it's going to take warp-ins away from Stalkers and so on. Like, does he think that he just has no hope of trying to hold until Storm? GG. Solar takes game number 3 and goes up 2-1 in this best of 5. All right, before I forget, I'll restart the game, guys. Templeman's archives cost too much gas because Warp Gate's expensive. I mean, the only reason I can think of not going into Storm is because you think it's just too expensive while trying to survive, which is crazy because I feel like you have to have Storm in these scenarios against like Massling Hydra. Storm just tickles now, but Storm zones. And the thing is, it's not like Hydras are super beefy units. Like, tickling Hydras is also kind of just fine. Hydras do die to tickles a lot of the time. Guess I'm a Hydra. It's not my job to fix the game, but you're entertaining an audience and the show is less entertaining without the music. The show is also less entertaining when I'm tabbed out trying to find music and then asking everyone if the music is an okay volume for 2 minutes instead of actually casting the game. Like, it's a map. I'm not going to waste 3 minutes of what could be like a 6-minute game potentially trying to put some music on. I don't have this pre-set up or anything, you know? Like, it's as simple as that. It's just not that deep. Thought 8 worker stock costs 3 minutes of free time. Yeah, but I spent 2 minutes complaining about it already first, before someone suggested to put music on, so... Top right-hand side, looking for our first Zerg victory in a WardiTV Monday Cup in 2026. It is going to be Solar. In the bottom left, our Red Protoss, MaxPax, here on Washout for Map 4. Hopefully Solar wins this one because nobody knows what Map 5 is meant to be. We decided it wasn't necessary to pick it because Zerg is OP. So, yeah, we have to figure that out if we, do have Solar losing this game and MaxPax tying us up. Overlord heading down, getting the assimilator coming up. Just gonna be seeing the probe coming through. Yeah, Helen's offering to sing you guys the Puerto Rico song and repeat with various missing words until they beg for silence. You guys do not know what you're missing. Be thankful that I have some constraint to not let Helen go wild on you guys on the stream, honestly. You guys have no idea what you're missing out on. We call it the Puerto Rico song because Helen knows about the 4 words that go something like something something Puerto Rico, and then that's about as far as we get each time. How can I not even remember the tune of that? She's been singing it non-stop. I can hear it in my head, but I can't replicate it. Pain. WardiTV Mondays 93 finals. Solar leading 2-1 over MaxPax. And Link Speed, a couple of queens, the drones coming through. Stargate, Warp Gate continue to come about. Are they seriously going to play the BlizzCon champ 1950? Well, we're not going to have a BlizzCon champion because BlizzCon is not a StarCraft 2 tournament. There's going to be the Blizzard Cup, which is a multi-game tournament that features StarCraft 2. But BlizzCon is not a StarCraft 2 tournament, so there's not going to be a BlizzCon champion. It's not like we have an actual tournament there, you know? Yeah, the Blizzard Cup. I don't even know what the prize pool is for the Blizzard Cup. There's RSL at BlizzCon at least? Yeah, there's a best of 7 finals of the RSL where you pay more money to fly the players there than you're going to pay the players. Another fantastic use of supporting player funds. It's crazy. Ask her to record a loop and upload it to her YouTube stream. Is this how we get the views going again on Helen's YouTube channel? Yeah? Before just stepping over, Nexus is going onto the third base. Hatchery, Queens, drones on the way up, Spore Crawlers coming into place. Depth is going to be stepping over, and a couple links is going to get turned back the other way. Nexus obviously on the third. Solar just with a big round of drones coming through for the moment, getting that all set up. MaxPax going to go back to a second Stargate. I want to believe that I think Solar would learn his lesson a bit from that previous big Stargate game. That said, obviously this is not necessarily going to play out in the same way. First of all, this is a second Stargate, not triple Stargate. Also, this time Solar's not going for like a big Ling Bane kind of busty move that will deny the third as easily. So the game is going to probably look very different overall. I forgot that Washout just has a random 3 patches of gold minerals over here. How many minerals are on these, on the golds, actually? 1600, oh, they're all 1600? This one's 1600 too? Yeah. It's pretty nuts. 3 full gold patches. It's pretty sick, no? Multiple Phoenix coming up. Again, Lings and the drones coming over. The Spore Crawler coming into play. The Void Ray has been kind of annoying around the top. Like I say, we're getting the Phoenix count up. Straight to the Hydrogen from Solar. Again, Hydrogen is fine here, I think, for them initially. And if you see him going deeper into the Stargate tech, then you probably do want to Stargate the Spire up. That was a good preemptive call. The drones instantly surround these Adepts. And we are going to still lose 4 drones because we just, you know, still had time just to fight. We're going to lose 5 drones. So Solar taking some big eco damage. And so MaxPax is able to put himself into a bit of a better spot than we saw previously. Fleet Beacon on the way, so there's going to be a few Phoenix to control initially. We do see that with the Lings there. These next few moments are very important. How many Hydras do we grab as MaxPax? Is he able to get a few of these Hydras as they spawn? This is the issue, is going to be what can we do about the Lings counter-attacking. 1 Oracle and a couple of Zealots warping in. Going to try and be the answer over here. These Lings need to hold position a little bit. Not all of them need to be trying to get on top of these Zealots. At the same time, the 1 Oracle is not doing too much. A Hydra popping out, it's going to get picked off. The entire third mineral line is going to be... Maybe not the entire third mineral line, that's a bit of an exaggeration, but 9 probes go down. Costing quite a lot of Lings, and like I say, the Phoenix on the other side are seeing some success. We're going to kill the 4th base. Don't have the setup to be able to walk over there, so MaxPax is going to put Solar back down to 3 bases. Tempest and Mothership still building through, make it 2 Tempests in the Mothership. Ling Hydra still coming about, the Queen coming over. These Lings going to come down, going to get a wraparound on a couple of these structures that are building up already. Turning back away once again, just going to see this Void Ray coming through, going to get after the drones. Spore Crawler and the Queen going to get after that Void as well. Dominate on the Nexus just to slow things down as that Overseer decides it's going to go down anyway. Solar's lost a lot of stuff. I don't know if I love the Hydra's pushing right now. No speed. I mean, honestly, Phoenix count's still pretty good. We maybe get 1 Phoenix early. We don't. I just don't know if these Hydras are truly safe to be over here. Stasis Ward's going to be deadly if we walk into it. We see it. Pulls the Hydras away just to make sure not too much else is done. We have got more Hydras building. Does Solar have enough? As MaxPax has got a couple of Tempests. We'll just chip through those Hydras. Again, it's not a fast process, but it is a process. Now the Phoenix believe that they've got enough numbers to come through and just lift these Hydras up. And Solar, does he have a defense against this? He needs to get rid of these Phoenix, otherwise they're just going to absolutely slaughter. And they will. GG's. MaxPax catches Solar with the all-in and shuts it down to take us to a game 5. And now we're actually going to have to figure out what this 5th map is. All right, going to the 5th and final map, guys. I love it. We are going to have ourselves, based on this, we're going to have a meta where Protoss builds Stargates and play SkyToss. That's always been amazing. That has always been an amazing way to play. Yeah. It's just one series, though. It's just one series. Doesn't mean anything. A new meta. To be fair, I think this is Solar also just making some mistakes here. I mean, he dealt with the Void Ray horribly, and he did not have... Because he had such an issue with the Void Ray, he was actually a bit behind when it came to actually getting to the Hydras and so on, so... Yeah. Classic was also going SkyToss. I mean, SkyToss is the obvious thing to go to because it bypasses all the issues with gateways and warp gates, right? Well, I am surprised that MaxPax is going from, like, no Temple Archives, but I guess he's just not setting up on the gates at all, so getting into Storm is a bit rough until much later. In this game, we never really have a chance to go Storm. Maybe in the earlier one we did. But he was also behind in that game too, so... Again, playing from behind a bit. Waiting for game 5. MaxPax says BRB for a moment. Maybe WardiTV Mondays is just cursed, by the way, guys. No other cup has the absolute lack of Zerg victory that we do. Like, all the other tournaments have had a bunch of Zergs do well and make finals so much more. Like, it's actually crazy. Maybe we're just cursed. If Solo loses this, I think we might actually just be cursed. WardiTV should be at BlizzCon? Absolutely not. A Wardy tournament at BlizzCon would really be the death of the game. Like, come on. We're like mid-tier community-sized events. Like, a Wardy tournament should never be at BlizzCon. Let's be realistic. Know who we are, you know? Know who we are. MaxPax AFK, guys. Am I going to be at Home Story Cup? Yes. Ready and GLHF. Waiting for Solar. We go into one final map today, guys. Game 5 coming up. Get this ready to go. Is there any information around who's playing there? Wikipedia has, like, I think, like 18 or 19 of the players on it already. As in the bottom right-hand side, we're going to start things off with our red Zerg player. He's had issues with the Stargates. What will he do for this game 5? It is Solar. And only having success off the Stargates. MaxPax in the top left. This feels like an okay map to play Stargate and SkyToss on, though. It's big. It's big, it's sizable. I think you have a good chance of getting up to the SkyToss on this map. Let's see what happens as we get this on the way. Game 5 on the way through. Again, thank you for joining us today, guys, for the WardiTV Mondays 93. Little reminder that, again, the next couple of weeks is going to be a bit quiet on the channel. First of all, tomorrow I'm just on a day off. Wednesday is Kung Fu Cup. But then Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday is Home Story Cup / traveling. And then when I come back, we'll have WardiTV Mondays on the Tuesday. We would have had Kung Fu Cup on the Wednesday, but I have to do some IRL stuff. And then the Thursday is my grandmother's 90th birthday, so I can't stream that day either. And then on the Friday, I go away with Helen for the weekend for her birthday. So I am basically like, this week I'm here on Wednesday. Then I'll be basically a week off until Tuesday next week. Then I'll be another week off until Tuesday the week after. So, yes, basically just a little bit of an unfortunate stacking of things. Especially with like the couple of days in between me traveling, not being able to stream, but yeah. Are these guys having some fun still calling MaxPax out for the lack of GLHF? Yeah. But yeah, so basically after the day there'll just be a couple streams over the next 2 weeks, and then we'll be back, and I'm not sure what we're going to do for the rest of July. I don't know if I want to start the WardiTV summer stuff in hopes that maybe they throw a hotfix out there at some point, like after a couple weeks after Home Story Cup. I don't know if that's just copium. So I don't know if I want to start running events, but there's also nothing else happening, so we probably will just run events because we can't just cast nothing. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at, I guess. That's kind of where we're at. We'll see. We will see. The thing is, I think if they're going to hotfix anything, then what? They're going to do what? Like, maybe, I mean, Home Story Cup would have to happen, and then at least a week for them to talk about it, or do it. So maybe like 2 weeks after. So that's like end of July, though. That's rough. Yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure. I can fill time with the best games of 2020 to 2025. I actually, so again, this year is the 10-year anniversary of WardiTV. I think part of what we'll do for the 10-year anniversary is probably be watching back some of the best WardiTV matches over time. So I think that'll be some fun when we do that in October, I believe. Roger in the warp gate coming up, Adept on the way. Cool probes coming out. Let's get that void rate coming through. Take a few moments. Not a lot going on. Shock horror. It's PVZ on 8 workers. It's going to take a little second for much to happen. Void rate first is interesting because obviously we're going to be able to deny the Overlord and deny future scouting. Into the Oracle. What is MaxPax going to build behind all of this? Soldiers with the third hatchery finishing soon. And I look to see where we go with this from his side as well. At some point shortly, I'd imagine as well. By the way, you hear the music? Yeah, I fixed the music last game already. I relogged after game 3. Ling's just going to wrap around on the Adept. And it's going to be jumped onto another Adept over here. Second Stargate on the way. I mean, it makes sense. Non-Stargate, non-multiple Stargate games have gone wrong for MaxPax. The multiple Stargate games have gone well for him, so not really a surprise to see him kind of sticking to what's worked in the series in Game 5. Can Solar adjust and figure out a bit more of an answer to this is going to be the big question. He's building a Roach Warren. And more drones. What if he just goes like Roach Corruptor? What if he just goes Roach Corruptor? Does that work? Roach is a little bit less abusable by the Phoenix. And then you just get Corruptors for the air army overall. Could be interesting. There's the Spire. Well, that just makes sense, as we are going to see the Lings running across the map. What does Solar actually see, by the way? Not a lot, right? Fighting these couple of drones, but I guess this is twofold, right? Because if it's not multiple Stargate Phoenix, or just multiple Stargate, he could play Mutas. And if it is, he can play Corruptors. We see the Phoenix now, so Solar definitely knows. He lost a bunch of drones. He's losing an Overlord, so MaxPax is able to do some damage early. There is the Fleet Beacon, there's Stargate 3, there's the +1 air weapons. Just going to go Corruptors as Solar. He's going to counterattack with a few Lings that exist. That's kind of nice, no? If we kill the Cybercore, now the +1 air weapons is going to have a big impact on this for like the entirety of the game. Because that's going to slow down all of your upgrades. You're going to have to rebuild the Cybercore. And this is going to step away after that. We do lose a few drones. Obviously, we're expecting to lose some drones against the Phoenix. Because it's Corruptors, we're going to start making the Void Rays here from MaxPax. He's going to find another Overlord. Solar, not quite supply block there. Queen's coming across, put some damage out, but it's only shield damage. That's going to regenerate. I see a couple drones are going to be picked off again. Like I say, with the Phoenix, that feels like an inevitability. It's so tough to shut the Phoenix down so hard they can't get at least a couple drones here and there. They're fast moving, they change position quickly, and it doesn't take long for them to go lift, lift, kill, kill. Another chip, 2 more Void Rays in production. The air weapons as well. 3 cannons continue to come up also. Yeah, 5 Corruptors now producing through. Again, +1 Flyer Carapace coming up. Just going to see a couple of Adepts. Still doing damage. I gotta say, MaxPax has definitely put the damage to the drones early enough to put some work in now. Solo's going to attempt to take the gold base in the bottom left. That's going to be a big bonus for him if he gets to it and mines from it. It's MaxPax. I mean, when do you really want to fight here as Solar? Like, what is the best time to fight? Like, maybe right now with the Corruptors moving out and getting a couple pickoffs is nice, but is it better to wait for Solar to like just wait to be maxed? Does he benefit from being maxed? I like the the Overlord speed. I wonder if we're going to see some drop loads. That might just be for the Overseers to keep up. I mean, given MaxPax time, obviously gives him a chance to maybe take up further, but I think Solar's big thing is surely we should start looking towards something of like, you know, we talked about in the first time we lost to the Stargates, but in a game like this, surely we maybe want to be moving into a couple of Vipers, you know, a couple parasitic bombs. Like, get the infestation pit down, start moving into this. He is just massing Corruptors, but he is getting a few Roaches and Lings for the ground, which is going to apply some pressure on MaxPax outside of the units in the sky. Bringing the, how many queens are we bringing? All the queens? All the queens are coming. That's very interesting. Caustic spraying the rocks to open up this space a bit more quickly is a very fun approach. Solar's now officially maxed out. Drones hitting the bottom left-hand side. Being hit in the bottom left-hand side by these Adepts. Lings and Roaches will get there to play cleanup. That's another bunch of workers going down. Solar cannot stop himself from being bullied in these early stages. Again, MaxPax, if he wins this, will become once again the most winning player all time in WardiTV Monday history. Ling's going to start putting some pressure on. The Corruptor's going to look to zone a little bit, pulling back toward the Queens. Time Warp goes down, getting caught with the Prismatic Alignment nearby. Ling's not wanting to double commit to this just yet. We're going to push the creep further forward with these Queens. More Corruptors on the way. We'll get another Phoenix. Overseers available, as we are going to see these Corruptors actually doing pretty well against a bunch of the Voids. One-shotting them down very easily so far. Now going to jump on the Mothership before more value comes out of it, and the Corruptors making a much better go of it this time, staying very strong for very long. is a big deal breaker compared to before. A couple of Tempests firing from afar. Crows of Battle into the center of those Void Rays going to help out. A couple more Phoenix going down. And MaxPax gets overwhelmed by the Corruptor Queen Walk. As Solar just sends it maxed out. And this time around just didn't get bullied as much. Didn't open the door to MaxPax making a bunch of pickoffs. And is able to just come through. Bam, bam. GG. We are wrapped up and done. Just like that. Made it look easy. Made it look easy. Solar. I mean, not in the overall series, but in this final game, perhaps. Solar gets it done, and he is going to be our first Zerg champion of 2026. The first Zerg to win a WardiTV Monday since he last won it on December the 1st, 2025. Breaking 7 months of WardiTV. 30 editions since we had a Zerg winner. It's freaking crazy. The funny thing is, Solar, back in December and November, he won like 3 matches over the, or 3 Monday Cups over the course of like five cups. He won 3 of them. And before that, we hadn't had a Zerg victor since freaking Shin won WardiTV Mondays #2. We've still only ever had 4 Zerg victors. Now 5, with Solar becoming a 4-time WardiTV Monday champion. It is crazy how little Zerg win these events. But Solar gets it done this time with, like I say, a much more grueling battle than it seemed it was going to be at first. Like I say, the Stargate plays from MaxPax were definitely starting to do well. Again, guys, I'm not going to be here tomorrow because we are going to be taking a day off. I will be here for Kung Fu Cup action on Wednesday. Just before I go, I'm going to make a little special shout out to Helen, who is the Wardy wife, of course. Helen has her own YouTube channel, and she's been putting some stuff up, and she just recently put out her first video about Pocopia, building a giant sea turtle. So if you guys would like to check this out, I'm going to put the link to her video in the... and let me set this up. I'm going to put the link to it in chat, but if you want to come and see about Helen's giant sea turtle and give her some love on the YouTube, you can do that. It'll be greatly appreciated. Oh, I put a timer on it. Ah! Hang on. Don't click that one, guys. Click this one. There you go. Go give Helen some love on her YouTube. She made a giant sea turtle. You can go see the transformation of it and the ins and outs. And, check it out. Helen's YouTube channel is great. I mean, I think so. I think it's very cool. She has a better logo than WardiTV. She has a cute little cow who lives by a cottage. I mean, what's not to love about that, you know? So go check it out. Give some love to the Wardy family. And yeah, she's battling the YouTube algorithm. YouTube does not love her giant sea turtle because it's a new game. It's a new game from what she's been doing. So go give her some love. And she might not ban you guys if she ever gets mod in the Wardy channel. Okay? Alright, check that out, guys. Other than that, obviously, if you enjoyed the stream today, do follow. When does the Ellie channel start? Ellie doesn't have the commitment to run a YouTube. She really doesn't. But yeah, follow, like, and subscribe. Always goes a long way. Helps out a bunch. We'll run some ads on the outro. Like I say, I'm not here at all tomorrow, guys, but I will be back on Wednesday for Kung Fu Cup action. So come and hang out with me for that. I appreciate you guys greatly. And like I say, some ads on the outro. And I'll see you guys not tomorrow, but on Wednesday. Thanks so much for watching. I haven't made her a mod here yet. No, because if Helen was a mod, she would actually ban everybody that starts to shit talk / fight / annoy me. So yeah, she would. You guys would actually be able to complain that everybody gets banned in the Wardy channel if that happened. So it's a protective situation. Maybe it's time. Yeah, maybe soon. You support Helen for mod. Yeah, I don't think you know what you'd be unleashing on the world. Alright, guys, thanks for watching. I will catch you guys on Wednesday for some Kung Fu Cup. If you don't catch me on Wednesday again, I'm not going to be here until Tuesday after that because it's going to be Home Story over the weekend. But obviously, come and watch Home Story. See you guys later. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.